2-10. Doamnelor și domnilor, vă rugăm să ne asistați în
Ladies and gentlemen, let's stand up for listening the state hymns. Anthems.
Vă mulțumim. Vă invităm acum să...
Thank you. Let's now listen the messages of the Prime Ministers of Romania and of Ukraine.
Reprezentanța instituțiilor și organizațiilor din România și Ucraina. Îmi face deosebită plăcere să mă adresez în deschiderea evenimentului dedicat reconstrucției Ucrainei.
In a day loaded with significance for the relationship between our countries, today in Kiev, together with my counterpart and my good friend Prime Minister Shimhal, we project within the broad framework of sectoral cooperation to connect our countries at full capacity. My message is clear: Ukraine can count on Romania now and in the long term. Let me refer to the reconstruction process and supporting Ukraine's integration into NATO and the EU. Romania will be one of the main promoters of the European enlargement with Ukraine and the Republic of Moldova. We know from our experience the benefits of the European integration, both economic and those meant to ensure a functioning democracy. I promote a constructive dialogue and cooperation. This is the spirit of a long-term partnership, strategic one, and the best example was after lifting the restrictions of grain imports in September. We made it possible, based on dialogue, to find the best formula to ensure transit of grain from Ukraine while protecting the interests of Romanian agricultural producers. The result is very good for both sides. I would add that together we've set a model of cooperation in the field of grain transit that other countries neighboring Ukraine will adopt, I hope. This is only the first step in a broader construction of our relations. We've laid the foundation of the first bilateral strategy in the field of road transport that a European member state concludes with Ukraine. Today, we signed this important document, and we have the endorsement of the European Commission and the perspective of financing to open and modernize border crossing points. Going forward, we will expand funding for the modernization and expansion of the maritime river and rail connections network. We will move fast to put in practice projects of river and rail transport, considering that we committed to increase the capacity of transport of grain from 2 to 4 million tons per month. Esteemed guests and high representatives, today in Kiev we organized the first inter-government meeting with ministers and experts from the fields of defense, agriculture, transport, energy, internal affairs and health. We are thus laying the foundations for a network of multi-sector network. And I believe that through the agreements and memoranda signed today, we will be able to establish in Romania a true logistic hub for the reconstruction of Ukraine. I am sure that following a good coordination at the European level, we will get the necessary funding so that Ukraine can rely on Romania in the reconstruction process. I would add one more essential element from the tripartite discussions we had with our counterparts in Bulgaria and Greece in Varna. We established there specific measures to expand the transport network on the north-south axis. We want Romania to ensure Ukraine's links to the southern Europe via the port of Constanța and via Bulgaria to the Greek port of Alexandroupolis. We now work to ensure the further reconstruction of Ukraine so that international partners in America, Europe and Asia can come fully confident in our countries to invest and rebuild. I will count on your support and involvement in implementing cross-border cooperation projects. I am convinced that through our joint effort, the reconstruction of Ukraine will be done in Europe through and with the essential help of Romania. Thank you.
Шановний пане прем'єр-міністр, високоповажні учасники форуму.
Our colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad to congratulate everyone who joined Forum Rebuilding Ukraine 2023. It's symbolic that this event is ongoing together with the common meeting of the government of Romania and Ukraine in Kiev. It symbolizes our strategic cooperation. First of all, I'm thankful to the nation of Romania for humanitarian, military and sanctions help. We are cherishing your solidarity together. We will report to the threat of full-fledged Russian aggression. And now unprecedented damages to our infrastructure is ongoing. 100,000 of houses are damaged, more than several thousand of hospitals are damaged, our grain silos are damaged, and soon we are waiting for the attacks of our energy infrastructure like it happened last year, and we have to quickly restore that because people need electricity, heating, and medicine in their houses. So we have a rapid recovery plan. It's the restoration of energy infrastructure, restoration of houses, compensation of people for damaged houses, restoration of critical and social infrastructure, schools, kindergartens, medical institutions, and communal enterprises, humanitarian demining, exploration of land, destruction of mines, and returning the houses to the economics, grants, credit, and support of the investment projects. According to the estimates of the World Bank, we need $400 billion. $14 billion is needed to restore the energy infrastructure. We have created a special compensatory mechanism which involves confiscated Russian assets. It will include compensation register, commission compensation fund. This register is already created, and also in Europe there is a first precedent. Belgium directs the assets of the confiscated Russian assets to the humanitarian support, to the financial support of Ukraine. It is important that other countries will do the same. We're also counting on the participation of the private business, and we call the private entrepreneurs to invest into Ukraine. This investment is our common future, and there are perspectives for our economics. It's the avionics, medicine, textile industry, digitalization. We count on the state and private partnership and common enterprises, and our advantages are logistics, qualified specialists, good infrastructure, and access to the European markets. And we understand that the biggest barrier is the war. So we are now working on the insurance. American insurance company has already insured the investment risks, and Japan, Italy, Great Britain, and Switzerland have already invested, and Romania, as a logistics hub for the rebuilding of Ukraine, is the goal, which will benefit both our countries. Ukraine, Romania, and Moldova are dealing with a transit corridor which will double the export of Ukrainian agricultural products. A Danube cluster is being developed. The turnover is tripled in comparison to what it used to be before the invasion. Now we are developing port infrastructure in order to allow calling of ships with a bigger bulk capacity. And actually this is a test for unity and strength of Europe. And I'm sure that we will pass it through all together. I'm thankful to for what has been done for our rebuilding, and I believe that altogether we will do much more. I am wishing the participants of this forum active and fruitful discussions. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great honor to give the floor to Professor Nasti Marian Vladoiu, Chair of the Bilateral Chamber of of Commerce, Romania-Ukraine.
Mulțumesc, Alina. Bună ziua.
Thank you, Alina. Hello, everyone. It is a great pleasure to see you all here. I have to thank you from the bottom of my heart for the great effort that you have taken coming here from all around the world. It is quite the pleasure to see this great components that sets a truly note of importance and international interest toward an event of normalcy, let's call it, for the days that we go through. Do allow me to welcome you all, high officials, authorities from all over the world, the representatives of the diplomatic corps, your excellencies, Mr. Ministers, all those that have created this group of great interest, of support from the United States of America. Thank you, Isabel, for your support, and to the entire group that you brought over. Thank you all for your presence, and do allow me to officially start the works of our forum of these 3 days. Let us wish success to all of us, but let's take a moment for the victims that today are so numerous, and not just from Ukraine, Israel as well. Please let's take a moment of silence for the victims.
Mulțumesc frumos.
Thank you. We live interesting times, undoubtedly, and we say that normalcy is the one that we set. We each came here with expectations. Today, the works of our forum try to give you answers to your questions. What we will do is remind you that we are at the third meeting in this format, because we had one in February that started shyly with a conference under the auspice of the Ukrainian embassy in Bucharest, a moment which ended into a memorandum of understanding, and we want to turn rebuilding Ukraine to an event that is, in my opinion, close to its necessary maturity. And nowadays, interested people all around the world have come to see what is going on. In May, at the Palace of Parliament, we had a great event, a conference preceding this forum, when we had a great attendance discussing specific, palpable actions. And now in October, as I speak today, the Romanian government and the representatives of the Romanian government are all in Kiev as a gesture of normalcy again that follows the visit of President Zelensky, that we continue to thank for the great stance that he has had in Romania and the results that he has generated, along with the President of Romania, Klaus Johannes Werner. This resulting into the first time a very important document, as you know, this strategic partnership that gives us the possibility to discuss bilaterally and to negotiate bilaterally any aspect of interest for both parties. Never has and never have Romania and Ukraine had this opportunity that this partnership creates, and signing this strategic partnership entails. In a normal order of things, we currently have in Kiev the works of the joint government meeting that will lead into a strategic partnership at the level of the prime ministers. We've had the pleasure today, and I would like to thank the State Secretary Bankov that is with us. Welcome, Your Excellency, whom I personally thank for the support and effort made to have this forum happen at this level and the entire work of their team, so that, as I said, this can be possible today. I have to thank even more the State Secretary for the good news. In the document that will be signed today in Kiev, the prime ministers will insert in the signed document the role and importance and the existence of this Rebuilding Ukraine Forum platform that will continue in the future. Undoubtedly, this event will follow in October, the one belonging to New Strategy Center, George Scutaro, also with respect to the Black Sea Security Forum. This event was also taken into account. So we have two large tools, our economic platform and the think tank platform based on the Black Sea security and other topics of interest in October, says the speaker in Sinaia.
S-a materializat efortul.
This, in fact, shows that our effort comes to fruition, and we have to the possibility that we have the foundation, the real base for the discussions that will later on focus on the specific and the real reconstruction of Ukraine. Each and every one of you, ladies and gentlemen, have come here with a thought, with questions such as what is going on, when are things going to happen, and how are things going to happen. We will try today to provide answers to your questions. What is going on is that, well, we know we try to see specifically how the rebuilding Ukraine process will take place. When does it happen? Well, it's happening now, because as far as recovery goes, as far as defense industry goes, as far as import-export goes, things are fully running and our companies work on it. On rebuilding, well, we have to have the constructive and active patience that will bring us to a point at which we don't have the same great expectations that we had in Kosovo reconstruction, or the Iraq reconstruction process, or in Syria reconstruction process. Nothing happened, but Romania helped, but as far as reconstruction went, it didn't lead to much. Why? Because we weren't organized properly. And I do want that this doesn't happen in Ukraine as well. I do want that the support that Romania has provided to Ukraine to this moment, and that Romania will continue to grant as long as necessary to deal with this thorny issue, so until the final victory, I want us to be ready so that all our companies can take part in the reconstruction of Ukraine as a natural process. What will we do? Well, how will this happen? Many of the speakers today will give you answers. I can already tell you that Great projects for 2024 have been launched and will be uploaded on Rebuilding Ukraine platform on infrastructure, on rebuilding, on energy, on agriculture, on demining, and many other areas. Tenders have been launched, so we invite Romanian companies to pay attention to what is posted on our platform. Now, along another line of thought, let me launch this challenge, Rebuilding Ukraine LLC, let's call it. This is going to be the company that will be set up and shares will be available, or stocks, so that companies present here participate as shareholders of Rebuilding Ukraine SA. This is a mammoth company that will subcontract companies that are members and shareholders, and we will do so that this mammoth company take part in conclude joint ventures and open the paths. And of course, business people and we love specific, palpable things and less a speech. I will try to to sum up now. I hope I didn't go quickly through it. I will take the liberty to jump in whenever necessary, and I will moderate and I will take things further. Thank you again for being here, and all the best to today's works and to each and every one of you. Thank you.
Dați-mi voie să prezentăm.
Allow me to present the speech of the Deputy Minister of Romania. And the next speech, during this speech, I'm going to ask the head of the Chancellery of the Prime Minister of Romania to join us, as well as the representatives of the Committee for Environment and Ecological Balance, Mr. Virgil Daniel Popescu, welcome. Also the president of the he's also a Minister of Economy, Entrepreneurship, Tourism, and the former Minister of Energy, and last but not least, and someone very dear to me, His Excellency Professor Dâncu, the Chairman of the Committee for European Business, former Minister of Defense. Welcome, Your Excellency. I hope I am saying the same thing everyone feels. We are all welcome here. You are all welcome here. And since our tasks as senators and deputies of Romania don't allow us to have too much time, after Mr. Cuzio's speech, if possible, we will give the floor to Professor Virgil Popescu, the head of the Committee for Environment and Ecological Balance, who has to go to a vote pretty soon. So, let's listen to the speech.
To address my remarks to the Romanian-Ukrainian Business Forum participants. In early 2023, the World Bank Group collaborated with the government of Ukraine and various stakeholders to compile the second Ukraine Rapid Damage and Needs Assessment. Reconstruction and recovery needs are estimated at about $400 billion for the next decade. Domestic and international private companies are anticipated to contribute to Ukraine's infrastructure and economic revival. This extensive reconstruction represents the most significant opportunity in the last 8 decades for private capital to make successful investments and quickly generate surplus profits. Thus, we extend an invitation to Romanian businesses to participate in Ukraine's reconstruction efforts. Private investors have a unique chance to lay the groundwork for launching their businesses even before the country achieves victory in the ongoing war. The central objective is to effectively transition Ukraine's economic model from relying on raw materials to produce high-value added products. The government of Ukraine has formulated a series of measures to facilitate the shift from the export of raw materials to their processing, based on several pillars like de-risking, investment incentives, and attracting capital. To attract foreign investments, we are actively engaged in initiatives such as war risk insurance, establishing conditions fostering fair competition, investment protection measures, and the development of reliable state institutions. In addition, Ukraine will have the opportunity to unlock significant economic prospects, particularly in anticipation of future integration into the European Union. The Ministry of Economy of Ukraine is working on establishing the Ukraine Development Fund. The UDF is designed as a national development finance institution sponsored by the Ministry of Economy of Ukraine. It will complement the work of other international institutions by increasing the number of high-quality investment opportunities for private capital to participate in the reconstruction of Ukraine. We are currently collaborating with the European Union on a substantial 50 billion euros recovery plan for Ukraine, which may incorporate provisions for supporting private businesses and ensuring investors' guarantees. The EU commitment entails providing the necessary investments to facilitate a Ukrainian transition towards a sustainable, digital, and inclusive economy. Currently, the Ukrainian government is digitally crafting a comprehensive document that will serve as a blueprint for the nation's renewal and economic development over the next 4 years. This document encompasses sector-specific strategies for the 3 distinct timeframes: the short-term, mid-term, and the long-term until 2033. These strategies encompass critical sectors such as energy, the agro-industrial complex, transport and logistics, IT and communications, mechanical engineering, critical materials, and green steel production. Presently, our primary focus and top priority lie in the expansion of war risk insurance programs. Investment risk insurance holds a pivotal role in cultivating a favorable business climate within the nation, which in turn attracts private investors, private capital, and bolsters long-term reconstruction initiatives. We express our gratitude to Romanian Export Banca for providing an 85% coverage for commercial and political risks related to export credits and 90% coverage for political risks linked to capital investments. At this moment, the Ministry of Economy of Ukraine is actively engaged in negotiations with other partners countries' export credit agencies. This discussion underscores the critical significance of implementing full 100% insurance risk coverage. So, the risking instruments, incentive programs, and attractive catalytic capital are the 3 pillars the government of Ukraine is working on. I wish you a fruitful forum today and invite you to visit Ukraine to explore investment opportunities. Thank you.
Domnul președinte Virgil Popescu, vă rog.
Mr. Virgil Popescu and Mr. Mihai Ghigiu is preparing, please. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, Dear colleagues, dear deputies, yes, we are here today to talk about the reconstruction of Ukraine, but we will never be able to forget, and we should never forget, the 24th of February, 2022, which will unfortunately forever stay in our minds as the day in which the Russian Federation invaded Ukraine, the day in which war came to Europe. And it is only our solidarity of the democratic world that made it possible for the Russian Federation to not win. It is essential in rebuilding Ukraine for Ukraine to win the war and for the democratic world to show to everyone that any such attempt is meant to fail. The 24th of February 2022 is a day in which the SPP officers woke me up to tell me Ukraine had been invaded. On the 28th of February, I was already in a conference in Brussels to take the quickest measures possible to help Ukraine whichever way we could, especially in the energy sector. They disconnected from the Russian energy system 1 hour and a half before the war started. Both Moldova and Ukraine had done that. Picture only what they could have gone through if they had not done it. And the EU, on the 16th of March, managed to connect the Ukraine-Moldova island to the European connection. So then we can say that Moldova and Ukraine became completely disconnected from the Russian Federation system at that point in time. This was basically the first victory of the democratic world against the Russian aggression. It was the first victory via which we showed that we can put this deadline even further, and we can resist. We resisted till 2023, and we will keep on resisting. And Ukraine has totally become independent from the Russian energy so far. I am now speaking to you today with an issue that does not only affect Ukraine. It does also impact the heart of Europe. It is the reconstruction of Ukraine. We need to speak about it, even if the war has not yet ended, and I'm sure it will end with the victory of Ukraine. Ukraine has suffered, because of this conflict, deep wounds in the hearts of people, not only physical damage. Before we discuss statistics, we should understand the gravity, the seriousness of this situation. Thousands, hundreds of thousands of housings destroyed, thousands of roads that were destroyed, the Donetsk airport wiped out. The damage was more than $14 million. Let's not forget, after they did this, they started bombarding the infrastructure. They started to do the same for the Ukraine production capacities. Took the power plant from Zaporozhye. This is unacceptable. While we discuss structures, we can, however, not ignore the impact on the human spirit. It is not easy to look and see the atrocities that have taken place. We find it hard to believe this is 2023 in Europe. This is not medieval times anymore, right? When these things would have seemed rather often. Thousands of schools were endangered. Education itself was endangered. When we speak of this, we know we should rebuild hope. Ukraine is fighting for us, for the democratic world. Picture what would have happened if this had not been the case. If we, all of us, had not supported Ukraine, what would have been Russia's next target? So Ukraine cannot bear this burden alone. It is our duty, Europe's duty, the duty of the USA, to help the reconstruction of Ukraine. The World Bank, the European Commission, The government, the German government, also made estimations, and we speak of approximately $400 million for the reconstruction of Ukraine, out of which $11 million would be needed only for 2023. This presupposes prioritizing long-term commitment, and it is for this reason that I believe that the EU, alongside the US, can support Ukraine, and they all can prioritize. Romania is an important component, an essential component within this reconstruction endeavor. We're basically the country with the longest borders to Ukraine. We do supply to Ukraine necessary materials. We can say certain things, we cannot say others, but we can definitely state that via the Constanța port, the necessary fuels for the functioning of Ukraine do pass. To conclude, this reconstruction effort will definitely define the future of Ukraine, but more than this, it will be a confession of our common determination. It is time for all of us to work together, and what Mr. Vladoiu proposed is a solution. Of course, we should have a common platform where all of us who would like to participate in reconstructing Ukraine should find our way. And of course, we all would like Romanian companies to participate in the rebuilding of Ukraine. I'm a former Minister of Energy, so I'm very glad that Romanian companies can also participate in helping Ukraine in developing their energy system. We can do a lot of things in common, but for this, we first need peace. We need to reach peace, first of all, and the only way we can do this is if the democratic world wins this war. My heart goes to Ukraine, and I can testify you can always rely on my support. The final vote is at 11:30, so I have to leave now. Thank you.
O să vreau să vă numesc și pinul de supporter of Ukraine, care o să îl și pun dacă îl doriți.
I'm sorry, I cannot leave the meeting without this pin on my coat. Thank you for that.
E primul, să știi. Felicitări și certificatul.
Allow us to give you the certificate as well?
Da, domnul ministru.
Thank you, Minister. I know you've helped a lot, and I was part of some discussions with the representatives of the embassy, so I do hope that I speak on behalf of all of you when we speak, and thank you from Romania and Ukraine for your service. Ladies and gentlemen, let us now hear from Alexandru Mihai Ghigiu, the head of the Prime Minister's office. Please, Mr. Ghigiu.
Bună dimineața.
Good morning. It is a complicated mission for me, given that half of the government is in Kiev, and I think it's quite the symbolic moment. I don't know if the organizers have had insight on this, but I would like to congratulate them for this initiative, for the fact that today we speak of the future. We speak of the future of Ukraine, we speak of the future of Europe, and the future of the world, a world that seems ever more impacted by wars, and a world in which peace finds itself more difficult in our lives, be it Israel, be it other areas of the world. Let me start by taking a bow before the heroic acts, bravery, and efforts that I can only imagine from the Ukrainian population and army that fight not just for the freedom of Ukraine, for the right of Ukraine to choose its future, but they basically fight for values, values that Europeans, Romanians, or any other nation that we represent in this room had at some point in history to go through, but nowadays we enjoy without these extraordinary efforts. I do hope, and I say that Ukraine deserves the support, empathy, and all our energy in this process of reconstruction, in this process about the future. Allow me to continue with comments on the political collaboration between the two governments, and I'm not exaggerating in saying that nowadays, politically, the relations between the two countries are at their best. We've had the visit of the Ukrainian Prime Minister in Bucharest. We've had the visit of the Ukrainian President in Bucharest, and now today, Prime Minister Sociological, with 10 ministers, has government-to-government bilateral meeting with the Ukrainian partners and counterparts. Our relation maybe wasn't the best all the time. Maybe there were moments in which the two parties have had different visions. But nowadays we speak of a strengthened, consolidated relation that was already tested during this time of conflict. Romania opened its borders, ports, railways, roads to support Ukraine with humanitarian aid, military support, economic support. Romania has shown and will continue to do this to be a trustworthy partner of Ukraine and of the free world, Europe. We speak today of the economic side of things, and the chair mentioned earlier to be pragmatic. I think this is what we need. We need to be pragmatic. We need to go beyond the words, and we need to speak of specific projects. Today, a memorandum will be signed between Ministry of Transport in Romania and Ukraine on the construction of a bridge across Tisa. The two governments will sign specific cooperation agreements in health, industry, weapons, transport. We need to take a step out of this spiral of conflict and to look toward the future. Let me refer here to three important aspects. First is trust. We need to build trust between institutions, local authorities. I'm happy to see representatives of the local authorities in the room. And we need to convey trust of European and international partners that this area of Europe deserves to be invested in, and that it is part of the large European family and the large family of democracies. We need solidarity. The Romanian citizens at the beginning of the conflict have shown the solidarity and empathy toward their Ukrainian brothers, have shown their openness in each contributing to this effort, this fight of democracy against authoritarianism. And this solidarity has to continue from all of us here, or from all those that take part in various events meant for the reconstruction of Ukraine. The deputy mentioned earlier that reconstruction is not just buildings, this is not just infrastructure, and this is true. Reconstruction means, first of all, people. Reconstruction means people that need to hope, people that need to feel home in Europe, people that only want a better future and nothing less. The third aspect is dialogue. We need such platforms to speak openly, to plan openly, and to see what will happen after the war ends and Ukraine and Europe and the world will be winners after this conflict. We have to be ready. The Ukrainian people will need support. On behalf of the Romanian government, I can assure you that these efforts will continue. The government has promised to support and identify solutions to increase from 2 to 4 million tons that will cross the Romanian infrastructure to reach destination in other states that also need these grains. The Romanian government had started a modernization of infrastructure projects that in the next period will stand with this economic and military effort of Ukraine. And I assure you that nothing will stop us from winning together. Romanians, Moldavians, Ukrainians, because I have to mention the great attention that the Bucharest pays to Moldova and the constant support for the European path of the Republic of Moldova and Ukraine to Europe. I had a good speech that deserved being read, but I think more important than words are actions. Actions you, each and every one of you from the areas that you are part of, can take. This is what we can start doing today and will, of course, continue for years on end. I think it is important that with events such as the one today, and I congratulate Chair Vlădoiu once again, to set the seeds for what will be the reconstruction of Ukraine and the victory of democracy before authoritarianism and the desire of states to impose their will on the future of others. Thank you once again. I hope that you have fruitful discussions and pragmatic ones as well. I think it's high time we start taking specific action. Thank you, and a day full of achievements.
Deci, avem pentru dumneavoastră.
We have here for you. We will give to the Romanian government the Medal of Support of Ukraine, and Mr. Ghigiu is the one that will accept this distinction from the organizers of the forum. Congratulations and thank you for your effort.
Da, important.
Again, what is important is that the other states that want to impose their will don't only know to do this by violence. This, we see what happened in Israel. It's not a state per se there, it's a terrorist faction of a group. Things can degenerate easily and get out of control, so it is highly necessary that those of us that show normalcy can take a prompt action to support specific steps of states that are, as Israel is, put in this position of legitimate defense. So we start with this action as well, that they are taking during this time of a declared war. We support Ukraine, but we can't be indifferent to what happens in Israel because it impacts the entire world. For a far better and comprehensive analysis and a message to you from the perspective of the chair of the political council that is now in the governing party, the Social Democrat Party, a sociologist of an international fame, Professor Dâncu will share some thoughts. Please, Professor, take the floor.
Mulțumesc foarte mult.
Thank you for this opportunity to see a full room with all seats taken on a topic that is important, but is really somehow competing with other drama that mankind is going through at this time. I would like to congratulate Chair Nasti Vladoiu for this initiative. It has continuity. When they started in January or February, this was the first forum. I never thought it had such a pace, such an expedited line of action. But now we see that, well, it is possible that the public forgets one drama because the other one nears. It's only normal that we come together and we do something necessary to think of the reconstruction. Because here we speak of the reconstruction of Ukraine, of our friends, of our neighbors. But I think that we have to think at this time of what happens in the world. We need a reconstruction of the world. We need to rethink the entire reconstruction of the world because we live in a world of division, of separation. Minorities want to get away of the areas where they are minorities. The genders try to distinguish themselves and to create new types of organization. That's why a sociologist, great Polish sociologist living in London, wrote at some point, I have this feeling of being in an airport. I have this feeling that we are in a plane and we will have to land on an airport that has yet to be built. And this feeling of the fact that I'm running out of resources and I don't have where to land my plane, we keep having these days. And I started with this because this morning, thinking of what my friend Nasti Vladoiu is doing, I remembered a concept of communication at the beginning of my career. There was a fashionable theory then of the communication and social balance that is real but is no longer mentioned today. There are people with the potential to create great constructions and networks around them. And then there are people that have this potential, that are lone wolves, that come somehow separate themselves from the others. And I'm happy to have in Nasti a person that gathers energies and has great potential of bringing people together around him. I think that as far as Ukrainian reconstruction goes, we have to say, as mentioned in a very important forum, as President Zelensky opened this, the works to move from words to actions. And I'm happy that this forum steadily becomes not just a platform for projects, but It's a project per se, a business per se. Something that is very important and that was mentioned by my previous speakers is that we have to build trust. This project of building trust in the reconstruction of Ukraine is very important, and it's not creating trust between governments because it's easier to be done between governments. We can have joint meetings as the one today. We can sign partnerships, documents, but we have to earn the trust of the business environment because all in all, it's only the business people and the private business that will be truly capable of rebuilding Ukraine and the Ukrainian society. Another difficulty that we go through right now and that we will probably be able to overcome is that it is for the first time that a Marshall Plan, because the nearest metaphor is of a Marshall Plan for Ukraine, but this is done not after the deconstruction stopped, but it is during the Russian aggression that continues to generate ruins in Ukraine. And this is far more complicated to do. This is far more complicated for the planners of this reconstruction. The European Commission has set up a plan, as we saw, and actually estimated an amount that we've discussed in European fora. But as I said, it is very important to rally up the sector because the trust and solidarity and how the private sector will be drawn in is very important. I saw something that brought the great joy some weeks ago. Searching something on the internet, I found an initiative, an institution from Ukraine called Rebuild Ukraine, similar in name, that set up a pilot study and a plan to rebuild a city. They thought of what items should be taken into account when we think of a platform on the reconstruction needs, because the need for reconstruction of a society is very complex. And the worst thing is to let this happen by chance, because irrespective of the money you have, because money can't solve everything without good planning. We saw a plan for a city prepared by young architects, sociologists, economists in Ukraine that drew up a plan for a city with great resilience, a green city, and with all the components of a super modern society. Because I believe that when we speak of the reconstruction of Ukraine, we will not speak of fixing what is broken. Since we are at this stage, let's have the most modern project possible, and this undoubtedly will be done. I saw that our friends in Ukraine that I've about time have the capacity to do this. They have projects, they have strategies. We just have to rally up around them. Let me add one more thing, because we will have the possibility to speak of concrete, practical, technical aspects on the reconstruction of Ukraine. Let me just add that Nasty, as we know him, is a very good teacher, and he thought not only of a formal side of things, and he told us that the business people are not as impressed with speeches and are bothered by them, but he also thought of, networking area, and we saw the networking side that I unfortunately will not be able to attend. But that's the part with Discover Transylvania, the trip for our Ukrainian friends to Transylvania. I visited Germany after the 1990s, and I discovered some communities that were built after the war, following the Transylvanian What the German tax agency didn't understand was that people helped each other. They rebuilt, they moved their home or to the neighbor's home, rebuilding the homes. And the tax agency didn't understand where the taxes were paid, where money went, because it was about solidarity. I think this is what Nasty wanted to say with this Discover Transylvania, and I think that this will be very interesting for our friends in Ukraine, especially reaching Sinaia or Bran, where the trip will take them. One more thing from me, Romania has a lot of advantages when it comes to supporting, working alongside Ukraine on building a new society. But it's not the fact that we're neighbors that brings us great advantage. It's our mistakes, it's our drama, the mistakes in rebuilding our society after the 1990s, and the illusion that turned into utopia and we couldn't see through. The pressures that will hover over the Ukrainian society is what we hear now in the European Union in our committee's meetings, that, well, we'll all support Ukraine or let us support Ukraine, but we fear corruption. This topic of corruption is one that is many a times used and will be used by the hybrid war of Russia against Ukraine. We shouldn't fall in this trap. We shouldn't exaggerate what we call this battle against corruption, which might be imaginary. It's clear that we have the experience in Romania of fighting against corruption, and I wish that the Ukrainian friends find their due measure, because we shouldn't exaggerate and invent imaginary enemies. It's very important that we have a clear, administrative, transparent reconstruction, and I do hope that you don't make our past mistakes. All the best to you, and I am so happy to be together with you in this event of friendship and of full pragmatism. Thank you.
Spinul de suporter al Ucrainei. Pentru că să mai facem și asta. Da, un discurs de profesor.
Obviously, a speech of a professor will always have this effect on our audience. The pragmatism that has just been mentioned is definitely necessary. We need to get to work. We were discussing a year or so ago about the possibility of creating a hub. We were on the national television, and we were discussing on the possibility or the need to create a hub that would support the reconstruction of Ukraine. Well, there we are. We are laying the basis, the concrete basis of this hub, and I'm very happy to have the support of the government in this idea, which has become of much bigger size than I initially expected. Romania has managed to put the basis of building this hub. And I'd like to see a second idea that we launched within the same talk show 2 years ago, a tribunal for Russia. Your Excellencies, Mr. State Secretary Bank, I do hope this idea will not take longer to be put into practice. Both the authorities of Ukraine and others have taken it very seriously, and it is also discussed at an international level. It is quite a thorny issue. Coming back to our business, we have the possibility to now hear the thoughts of the representative of the Minister of Economy, Mr. Oprea, and to hear them the way they have been materialized in Kiev today in the government meeting, the joint bilateral meeting, that is, of the Ukrainian and the Romanian governments. But until we get to those thoughts, Mr. Deciui, the State Secretary, who's very knowledgeable in this phenomenon, would also like to say a few words. I actually liked the way he said something. He needs to educate two types of children, between inverted quotes, those that are outside the government, that is the private sector, and those that are in the public sector. Because the companies in the defense industry, for instance, come from both areas. Now let's see what the State Secretary would like to say. You have the floor. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Ministry of Economy, Entrepreneurship and Tourism, and on behalf of Mr. Ștefan Radu Oprea, I'd like to thank you for the invitation to participate in this forum, to participate in a structured dialogue with on such a current topic, having so many implications for our society at a European level and at a global level. Russian provoked aggression against Ukraine has profoundly shaken the entire civilized world and has represented the most dangerous threat to the international order based on rules. At the same time, the firm resistance of the Ukrainian people and the defensive support that they received on the part of the numerous nations worldwide have strongly vouched for the fact that international freedom and security can be protected against criminal totalitarian regimes. Unfortunately, these past few days we've been witnessing a new episode of cruelty and violence, this time a bit further from our borders. It has sadly resulted in innocent civilian casualties too. Therefore, in such difficult times, we should all be concerned with the protection of the most vulnerable categories, especially that is the children and the elderly, against the horridness of the war. Since such situations require first and foremost humanitarian aid, from the very beginning Romania has been and will certainly remain on the front line of the support directed at the population suffering from the abominable consequences of these conflicts. The defense industry of democratic societies has proven to be among the strongest advocates for Ukraine's rise to freedom and the common values of our civilization. Nevertheless, the many months of resistance to the Russian aggression have also marked out a series of responsibilities and important actions that must be collectively approached both by governments and by the companies working in the field. At a national level, we would like to strengthen and extend the collaboration among companies in the defense sector and attract investments aimed at stimulating competitiveness, efficiency, and the capacity to innovate on the technological and industrial base. Moreover, during the past few years, Romania has massively invested in road infrastructure, in railway infrastructure, port infrastructure, in addition to the major evolutions of logistics in the private sector, all of which makes Romania the best possible partner in supporting Ukraine's reconstruction efforts. However, in order to be able to speak about the reconstruction, or to the same extent the Euro-Atlantic path of Ukraine, we must first all focus our efforts on the termination of this unjustified conflict and the restoration of this state within the set borders that are recognized by all international bodies as well as all democratic states. We will remain a European partner that is committed to the values of democratic societies, and when the situation allows for it, we are prepared to support all reconstruction endeavors meant to bring the lives of Ukrainian citizens as close to normality, the normality that they knew before the devastating moment of February 2022. Thank you.
Transmiteți domnului ministru toate cele bune și mulțumiri. În contact.
Trebuie să plece.
Știu. Mulțumesc frumos.
Mulțumesc.
Mulțumesc. Și luați și asta. Da.
Thank you, Mr. State Secretary. Definitely, we will have the possibility to see in practice how our expectations will become a reality. And I'm sure we'll hear a lot of new things. We'll get a lot of news today. And the news will come from both our guests from Ukraine. You have here regions that will present their projects. And as Professor Dâncu stated, we will have the possibility to discuss B2B and understand precisely how we can materialize certain projects, obviously bilateral projects. What is highly important is for you, the business people, to understand that the platform is one thing, but the company that is to be established, the LLC I mentioned earlier on, is basically a lucrative and a considerable size project. It is the vehicle that will bring together in a synergetic way all the parties involved in the reconstruction process. Politically speaking, of course, the influences are quite various. From a diplomacy point of view, the same. I will now kindly ask you to allow me to go to the following guests while thanking the 4 speakers. I wish you a lovely day. Thank you for having been with us. Thank you for your kind thoughts.
Și să invit lângă mine.
And I would like to invite by my side the State Secretary Alexandru Bankov. He is the State Secretary of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, Foreign Affairs, my apologies, of Ukraine. Also, Mr. State Secretary Iulian Fota should come nearer. Yes, he's here already. I haven't even allowed him to get his coffee. But for sure, someone in our staff will be kind enough to bring 2 bottles of water and 2 coffees. Welcome, Your Excellency. Thank you very much for your effort. I know there are time constraints, but thank you very much for taking the time to join us. State Secretary Iulian Fota, as you probably know, is the State Secretary for the strategy of the Ministry Foreign Affairs of Romania. And I've allowed this panel to be a place for discussion between merely these two wonderful people. I thank them for their effort. I know that yesterday they took quite a long road to get here. And I know His Excellency, the South Korea ambassador is also here. Thank you. I think I speak one when I say that we're basically one of the most authorized. His Excellency Mr. Bankov is one of the most authorized voice on the part of the Ukrainian government today here with us. So thank you. Hello. Hello, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, dear friends, Mr. Vladoiu, Mr. Fota, it is my pleasure to be here with you today and to be speaking to you. This is, as you have already stated, the third edition of this forum, which is a concrete and important forum, and which is basically in Romania the most concrete and profound picture of Ukraine. This is how we provide Ukrainians with the possibility to have a closer dialogue, an easier to understand dialogue with Romania. Before I begin, I'd like to talk to you a little bit about the history of creating. The idea belongs to Mr. Nasti. Initially, in our discussions, which I should say took place 6 years ago, or even longer, we discussed about creating a platform that would support the dialogue between private communities in Ukraine and in Romania, and to help strengthen the economic relationship between our countries. The professor was at the time the chairman of the Romanian-Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce. He still is. He was trying back then to make this project a reality. Unfortunately, it is Russia's aggression against Ukraine that accelerated the process. However, we should transform any challenge into possibilities and opportunities. So there we have it. Today we speak about increased commerce between our countries. We speak about a level of the relationships that is the highest that we've reached so far. And I should confirm this based on my professional experience as a former ambassador of Ukraine in Bucharest. So we are the witnesses today of very important changes in our relations. There's contact between our presidents. There's contact between our governments. Remember today's joint meeting of the governments in Kiev. We've had a message on the part of the Prime Minister of Romania and another one coming on the part of the Prime Minister of Ukraine. We can see the perspectives, and they are quite clear. All of these achievements, however, can only become possible when everyone gets involved, when the private sector is involved, when the civil society is involved, and when several aspects providing impetus development of these relationships are created in order for us to be able to reach the top of the strategic partnership. We've strived to reach this level, and both from the point of view of the seasoned Ukrainian diplomat that I am, and as a simple Ukrainian, I should say that Romania as a country is a dear friend to me in my professional and in my personal life, and it is very dear to me. Speaking on the perspectives or diplomatic visions of rebuilding Ukraine, what we're witnessing today is in itself an achievement. But for us, in diplomacy, this is merely a beginning, because the declaration, the statement on the diplomatic and strategic partnerships definitely should involve other projects that are today discussed between our prime ministers in Kiev. And they are the start of other projects, the beginning of other means to develop our relationships. And they're making us work more and more. But I'm very happy that this is happening. We need to have a broader perspective. We need to think about rebuilding not only Ukraine. I think we should think about regional rebuilding, regional reconstruction. We're witnessing a need for reconstruction of the global order, basically. Have a look at what's going on right now. What's happening now cannot be accepted as normality. In our region, via our joint effort, Ukraine and Romania can do a lot more for the stability of the region, for security at the Black Sea, for food security, and for many other aspects that are related to both our bilateral relations and the regional ones, where Romania and Ukraine can definitely play a part as leaders in this respect. Romania is a well-known supporter of Ukraine's European aspirations. And right now, although we've gone through various times in our relationships, more or less tensioned, I don't think there's any person now in Ukraine who can say that Romania is not a partner or a friend to Ukraine. We have reached strategic partnership, and it is only a basis for us to build even wider relations. I don't think there's any person who can deny that in Ukraine right now. This is the great beginning of the materialization of this collaboration, both from the point of view of investors, the private sector that is, both in Romania and in Ukraine, from the point of view of the communities in Ukraine that have been impacted by the war, from the point of view of the rebuilding of new technologies, new economic projects. The idea proposed by the chair and I believe is a pragmatic approach for everyone coming from the private sector, who actually want to turn rebuilding Ukraine into facts. Obviously, together we can do a lot more than we could do on our own. And I'm very glad this room full of representatives of both the private sector and the Romanian government and Ukrainian government, local authorities, and so on. I wish you all the best in today's discussions, in tomorrow's discussions. I hope your discussions are pragmatic and they yield results. And I hope they create the basis for our new development perspectives of our relationship bilaterally. Thank you very much.
Acum, desigur că v-ați...
Of course, you may realize that this Romanian, that the State Secretary speaks fluently. Our friend Alexandru Bankov is coming from the fact that Romania has had him as a plenipotentiary and special ambassador in Bucharest, has had for Ukraine. And we see this. Your Excellency, allow me to give you our Merit Award for Sustainable Development Diplomacy and the medal, because it is quite a special effort what you did, and it has to be acknowledged one way or the other.
Doamnelor și domnilor, dați-mi voie să...
Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to give the floor to His Excellency State Secretary Fota for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs on strategic matters. Please, Mr. Fota. Thank you. Hello. State Secretary Bankov, Chair of the joint Chambers of Commerce, distinguished guests and friends from Ukraine. Ladies and gentlemen, I am so happy that we are today in a moment of history of relations between Romania and Ukraine. And I'm not exaggerating. At the same time, with this meeting, we have a historical moment in Kiev. For the first time in the history of our bilateral relations, we have a joint government meeting. Prime Minister Ciolacu is in Kiev with an important ministry's delegation, where throughout the day they have important discussions, of course, with the Ukrainian friends. Knowing very well this bilateral relation and knowing the important highlights of the past, the good ones and the complicated ones, let me tell you that I think of the current relations, bilateral relations, and when I call this to be a historical moment, I'm not exaggerating at all. Look at the high-level contacts in the past 2 months. In August, we had the visit of the Ukrainian Prime Minister in Bucharest. We had the visit of President Zelensky, honoring an important moment for us recently, and very significant discussions for the future alongside the President Iohannis and the other president's member team. Also, Minister Odobescu recently visited Kiev. The frequency, the intensity, and the high level of contacts show you that the bilateral relations between Ukraine and Romania have never been better and never had a more stronger perspective of the future than now. We understand the tragedy that Ukraine is going through. We know the sacrifices that Ukraine and Ukrainians have done in over 600 days of war. And in Romania, we understand that with their sacrifice, Ukrainians saved us as they saved the friends and brothers of the Republic of Moldova. Without Ukraine's strong resilience, I can't imagine what this eastern part of of the European continent would have looked like, with a fallen Ukraine and a insidious Russian dominance, and the consequences that would have been for us in our country, because the most important geopolitical achievement that we have achieved after the fall of the Soviet Union, the appearance of the independent Ukraine, would not have happened. So again, it's a historical moment, because the Romanian state, with the government, with the other institutions, and the public, the civil society, have acted toward the same thought and action. And the first to give this signal, and I remember this very well, the first hours of war, the first hours of the aggression, when I saw that Russia did this unfathomable thought and invaded Ukraine, my first concern was not about the government's reaction, because I knew that the government will show solidarity, because I know the idea of solidarity shown and printed on us in the government. But my concern was about the Romanians, how they will react in this situation. And this is what we have to work on together even closer in the future, because contacts between the two peoples, between regular people, regular citizens, were not as tight as we would have wanted in Bucharest or in Kiev. I personally was touched and deeply overwhelmed with the fact that the Romanians went to the border to help the Ukrainian refugees, to host them, to give shelter and food for the first hours of the aggression. That was for me a signal that beyond the atrocities that I knew that the war brings, because we know them, I knew that it was a difficult situation that together we had to overcome. And I'm so happy that together, NGOs, citizens, professional organizations, chambers of commerce, and the state, we really capitalized on the opportunity given to us through the tragedy that the Ukrainian people is going through, and we reshaped the bilateral relation that is so important for us here in Bucharest. And although we try, and it's in our nature to be good neighbors, we will have to wonder when we compare the interactions, density of relations between us and Kiev and us and Kishinev, and the other relations, the other states that we want to continue to develop. But because, due to another context, somehow are lagging behind. When I say that since the war started, I see all the highlights, some more important, some more delicate, some emotional, and I don't want to end on a sad note. I want to thank Secretary Bankov for the symbolic gesture, but which mattered a lot. I was in Kiev in June for bilateral discussions, and the Ukrainian friends organized 3 panels. I had the pleasure of speaking with the 3 secretaries of state in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that have a very well-defined, important role. And to my surprise, this is something that really moved me, and I will always remember. One of the discussion sessions was not in English, was in Romanian. The Romanian delegation spoke Romanian. The Ukrainian delegation or a team spoke Romanian, and the beautiful Romanian of State Secretary Bankov. Another friend, Mr. Rohovei, was in the Ukrainian delegation, and we had official Ukrainian-Romanian discussions in Romanian. For those that understand the diplomatic language, know this idea of reciprocity, and I took it as a present from Kiev to the Romanian delegation. And yes, I had to say something in Ukrainian today, right, for the idea of reciprocity. But I will try to learn this language, because we will have from now on many years of interaction, of helping each other. And because it's also a sign of respect, and it's something that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is working on to pay more attention to learning Ukrainian in Romania. Not to mention that we have Romanians that speak Ukrainian, and it's very simple to give them a working perspective in the government institutions. We have quite the ambitious agenda. Reconstruction is just one topic, and now Ministry of Foreign Affairs has a role to support, encourage, facilitate your contacts when it's down to reconstruction. Beyond the responsibilities of the Kiev authorities, of course, a great importance when the responsibility will be to the Romanian players, and this can only be done by the government, and that is why we have so many responsibilities distributed among the staff of Prime Minister Ciolacu. We are indeed at the point of a strategic remuneration fund discussion, including at the level of the two foreign ministries. The presidents have set the path, and I have no doubt that the next step will be even more significant. Strategic, although what we do today, a lot of the projects that we have today have a strategic relevance. And State Secretary Bankov knows very well. We have monthly meetings with the European friends, the European Commission in Galați or Constanța, with the friends in Ukraine or the Republic of Moldova and Kishinev, to speak of all sorts of important aspects or vital aspects for the economic survival of Ukraine. And also important elements for us, because whenever we can help, we do, and we do this, and we're happy to do it, because let me tell you things that not everyone remembers. I think 2 months had passed since the Russian aggression started, when President Iohannis said that Ukraine's security is the national security of Romania. All that we do for Ukraine directly serves and is relevant for Romania. Let's imagine tomorrow, maybe, as in counterfacting history, what would have meant for Ukraine to fall as a sovereign independent state, then what evolution would have led to? Honestly, Europe's map, but East European reality would have looked differently and far more dramatic and more dangerous for us. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs will continue to help in this endeavor. We have been fully involved. The reconstruction is, of course, getting its own features and specificities. The other important discussion will follow on demining, because, again, this is a huge issue that our Ukrainian friends have to manage, and we will have to help the Western countries with everything that we can, including in Romania. So we do this because we do this for Ukraine, we do this for Romania, we do this for the Republic of Moldova, and we do this for the stability of the entire West. Because it's clear that, as someone said, the skin on the European body, and doctors can account for that, is very important. But what we do is important for states in Africa or Asia that depend quite a lot on the cereal that Ukrainian farmers produce and export. And let me add one more thing and I'll stop. Don't you think that all this on the complicated situation in the Middle East generated this coward aggression of Hamas will change the agenda as far as Western states go? I was in Brussels with the EU, with NATO. Ukraine continues to be a priority, as was so far. Yes, now we cast an eye on Middle East as well. The EU and NATO pay attention. You have several Western states that are getting involved, and we had an important visit of the Prime Minister from Tel Aviv, but after the Tel Aviv, the Prime Minister is in Kiev. This is the message that I bring from Brussels with discussions both with the EU and NATO. No one turns an eye from Ukraine. No one doubts our support for Ukraine. We continue to have several lines of support, including on what matters most to win this war. We have enough resources because the West is quite an important player to manage the situation in the Middle East as well. And you see, it's a joint element. This terror happened in Bucha, and innocent people died with a political purpose, and the same terror showed in those areas of Israel, and the same type of terror against the population, civilians, innocent people with a political agenda. So things go hand in hand. These are managed together, and Romania and the other Western states stand with Ukraine, and we will continue to do this until Ukraine will say they're winners in this vital confrontation. Thank you, State Secretary Bankov, and to the Ukrainian colleagues for coming to Bucharest in large numbers. All the best, because these discussions are very important. I will ask Mr. Vladoiu at the end the conclusions to be shared with us as well, because even if the Ministry of Foreign Affairs does not have a direct role and is not directly involved in the reconstruction, we have a role to support, and our interest is that things go clearly on the reconstruction side of things, because this builds once more the bilateral relations between us and Ukraine. It is under my portfolio, and I would be very happy, of course, to continue with good news. I think in November, a new discussion follows, and this shows again Romania's great involvement at parliament level, at private level as well, and thank you once again.
Mulțumim și noi.
Thank you as well, Your Excellency, State Secretary. A speaker quite great at his job and with a focused message. He comes from Brussels, and you heard his message, the latest news from Brussels. He was always with us, and his efforts were considerate all the time, and because he is an ardent supporter of Ukraine and of what happens as far as Romania's strategies go. Allow me to give him this award for the Sustainable Development Diplomacy and your medal. Please, Your Excellency.
Mulțumesc. Doamnelor și domnilor,
Ladies and gentlemen, I think that after this short but good moment of the bilateral diplomacy, please, let's take a short break to allow our guests to move to their next commitments that they have to attend to, and let's have coffee. And then we will start the second part of panel 1 with the vision of international diplomacy. Thank you.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, we will be starting in 1 minute.
Bună ziua! Vă rugăm să reveniți în sală. Excelențele voastre,
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to invite Professor Nasti Vlădoiu, the chair of the Bilateral Chamber of Commerce Ukraine-Romania, to begin the second session of this meeting.
Thank you very much. Please be so kind to sit and to assist me to start the next part of the first panel. Thank you very much. For the beginning, because we have the new guest and we have the excellencies which came already, please, I want for the technic group to be assisted for the speeches of our prime ministers again. Please proceed.
Ucraina. Înalți oaspeți, reprezentanța instituțiilor și...
Dear guests, Your Excellencies, I have the great pleasure in the opening of the event to give you this speech in a day loaded with significance for the relationships of our countries. Today in Kiev, together with my counterpart, and I would add my good friend Prime Minister Shmyhal, we projected an extended, broad framework of sectoral cooperation to connect our countries at full capacity. My message is clear. Ukraine can count on Romania now and on the long run. First of all, I'm referring to the reconstruction process and supporting the integration of Ukraine into NATO and the EU. Romania will be one of the main promoters of the European enlargement with Ukraine and the Republic of Moldova. We know from our experience, the benefits of European integration, both economic and those meant to ensure a functioning democracy. I am a promoter of a constructive and cooperative dialogue. This is the spirit of a long-term strategic partnership, and the best example was after lifting the restrictions for grain import in September. We made it possible, based on dialogue, to find the best formula to ensure the transit of grain from Ukraine while protecting the interests of Romanian agricultural producers. The result is the best for both sides. So I would add that this model of cooperation in the field of grain import has been the best we adopted. And this is a broader construction of our relationships. We laid the foundations of the first bilateral strategy in the field of road transport. A European Union country concludes. Now, we are signing today this important document. We have the endorsement of the EC and especially the prospect of funding for the opening and modernization of border crossing points. Further, we'll expand the funding for the modernization and expansion of the network of maritime, river, and rail connections. We'll move fast for the realization of river and rail transport projects, having in mind our commitment to increase the capacity of transport of grain from 2 to 4 million tons per month. Esteemed guests and dear representatives, today in Kyiv we are organizing the first intergovernmental meeting with ministers and experts from the fields of defense, agriculture, transport, energy, internal affairs and health. We are thus laying the foundations for a new network of multi-sectoral collaboration. I believe that with the agreements and memoranda initialized today, we will be able to establish in Romania a genuine logistic hub for the reconstruction of Ukraine. I'm sure that following a good coordination at the European level, we'll obtain the necessary funding so as to make Ukraine able to rely on Romania in the reconstruction process. I would add an essential element also from the tripartite discussions we had with our counterparts in Bulgaria and in Greece when we met in Varna. We established a transport network on the north-south axis, and we want to ensure via southern Europe, via Constanța port and the Alexandroupolis port, the possibility for import. We want international partners, America, Europe, Asia partners, to be able to invest in our countries and help us rebuild. I count on your support in the realization and concretization of cross-border cooperation projects. I am convinced that through our joint effort, the reconstruction of Ukraine will be done in Europe, through and with the essential help of Romania. Thank you.
Шановний пане прем'єр-міністр, форуму, колеги, друзі, пані та панове. Радий вітати усіх, хто долучився до форуму Rebuild.
Happy to see everyone who participated in Rebuilding Ukraine 2023 forum. It's great that it takes place together with a joint meeting of Romanian and Ukrainian government in Ukraine. It testifies to the high level of partnership of our two countries. First of all, let me sincerely thank the Romanian people and government of Romania for comprehensive support. We value your solidarity. Together, we'll repel the challenges that were caused by the full-fledged aggression. And so one of the challenges is then unprecedented destruction of infrastructure in Ukraine. They destroyed 30,500 schools, 1,200 schools, and hospitals. They want to provoke a new global food crisis. We expect a wave of attacks on the energy system of Ukraine as it was last year. So we have to restore infrastructure, but people need treatment, light, water, and heating in their houses. We identify five key directions of rapid recovery, namely restoration of energy generation, substation networks, housing, building, reconstruction of houses, and compensation for the loss or damage of housing, and restoration of critical social infrastructure of schools, kindergartens, and medical institutions, humanitarian demining of commercial facilities, land, and returning the areas to economy and operation, restoration of economy, grants and preferred loans, regulations, supportive investment projects. According to the World Bank estimation, the total need for Ukraine needs up more than $400 billion and $4 billion for rapid restoration. It's very important for Ukraine that the aggressor should pay for all these destructions. We start to develop international competition mechanism. It will work through the use of confiscated Russian assets. It will consist of three parts: compensation registry, compensation commission, and compensation fund. The registry has been already established. Europe, there is the first precedent in Europe and Belgium channels the income from Russian assets to the humanitarian support in Ukraine, financial support to Ukraine. It's important that such steps should be made by other partner countries. We also count on the active participation of private business in reconstruction and encourage Romanian entrepreneurs to invest in Ukraine. These are investments in our mutual future, and there is a agricultural sector, defense complex sector, energy, space, avionics, medicines, textile, digitalizations are important for both Romania and Ukraine. We work out on joint ventures, and our ventures are qualified staff, logistics, and affordability of European markets. We understand that the most retaining factor of investments is the war. That's why we work on insurance on military risks. American agency MEGA has already insured first investment guarantee for private investors. And also Japan and Germany announced investment insurance for the investors, as well as France, Italy, Sweden, and Great Britain. We hope this list will expand, and the development of logistics is very important. Romania as the logistical hub of restoring Ukraine is the goal that will bring benefits to both countries. Ukraine, Romania, and Moldova already established transport corridor, which will double the export of Ukrainian agricultural products. We developed Danube cluster. Transshipment of goods has increased threefold as compared to pre-war period. We modernize port infrastructure to ensure the carrying capacity, and reconstruction of Ukraine is one of the most ambitious projects of the 21st century. This is a test for strength and unity of Europe, and I'm sure that all of us will pass this test with dignity. I would like to thank Romania for what they've done for our restoration. I hope that together we will do even more. I wish Rebuilding Ukraine 2023 Forum active discussions and productive talks. Thank you very much for your attention.
Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to say a warm welcome to their excellencies. We have here very, very important ambassadors for all of the missions accredited in Romania, and some of their excellencies wants to deliver to this event a very, very important speech. Because of this, allowed me to invite here on the floor the next excellencies. Dear Sir Michael Dickerson, the Deputy of the Chief Mission from United States Embassy in Romania. Please, the floor is yours. The Excellency Gavin Rob Buchan, the Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of Canada in Romania. Please. His Excellency Rin Kap-Su, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of Republic of Korea in Bucharest. Please, the floor is yours. Mr. Păun Rohovei, Ambassador at Large of Ukraine, responsible of the Transnistrian file, Ukraine. Please, Mr. Rohovei, the floor is yours. His Excellency Paul Solok, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of Republic of Poland in Bucharest. Please, sir, the floor is yours. Mr. Andrei Schilar, Deputy Chief of the Mission from Embassy of Ukraine at Bucharest, Romania. Please, Mr. Schilar, the floor is yours. And we will have for sure a very important Excellency Victor Kirilă, the Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of Republic Moldova in Bucharest. Mr. Kirilă, please, the floor is yours. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to invite His Excellency Michael Dickerson, the Deputy Chief of Mission from the Embassy of United States, to deliver his speech. Please, Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
I'd like to thank the organizers of the Rebuilding Ukraine Forum and also Ambassador Prokopchuk for the invitation to speak to you today. In a world where resilience meets hope, where the spirit of a nation triumphs over adversity, I'm happy to be part of this forum with the participation of like-minded countries that focus on supporting Ukraine against Russia's unprovoked war of aggression, and where safeguarding global food security and eventually ensuring Ukraine's reconstruction are our shared priorities. First and foremost, we condemn Russia's decision to terminate its participation in the Black Sea Grain Initiative. This is another example of Russia's callousness and cruelty. The Danube has become increasingly vital since Russia's termination of the Black Sea Grain Initiative. 30 million tons of Ukrainian grain has been shipped through the Danube and Constanța port since the beginning of the war. As Russia continues its brutal assault on Ukraine and the world continues to grapple with energy and food security, Romania is playing an important role in supporting Ukraine and the world that has been affected by Russia's unprovoked war. The solidarity lanes, where Romania plays a strategic role, are a symbol of hope, unity, and cooperation in the face of unprovoked adversity. The cooperation between Romania, Moldova, and Ukraine to facilitate Ukrainian grain transit via the Danube has been unprecedented. Partners from both neighboring countries, with the assistance from the European Union, the United States, and further afield, have shown unwavering commitment to this cause. The war continues, even as other events are unfolding in the world. We must never tire in our support of Ukraine, and we must not become distracted. The stakes are too high for Ukraine, for the region, and in fact for the world. I'm confident that Ukraine will not only rebuild, but it will rebuild better than what existed before, connecting to its true allies and its real future, with the EU and with the freedom-loving liberal democracies that surround it. There will be a need for financing, both from government donors and from the private sector. Since Russia's full-scale invasion in February 2022, the United States, through USAID, has provided more than $23 billion in humanitarian, economic, and development assistance to Ukraine. With a view to what lies ahead, President Biden appointed Penny Pritzker to the new U.S. Special Representative for Ukraine's economic recovery on September 14th. Working in lockstep with the Ukrainian government, our allies and partners, international financial institutions, the private sector, Special Representative Pritzker will drive the United States' efforts to help rebuild the Ukrainian economy. This includes mobilizing public and private investment, shaping donor priorities, and working to open export markets and businesses shut down by Russia's brutal attacks. Special Representative Pritzker will also work with Ukraine's other international partners, including via the G7 coordination platform, to ensure the international efforts are complementary and mutually reinforcing. Ukraine reconstruction will rely on private sector development. USAID Administrator Samantha Power announced July 19th that the United States, through the U.S. Agency for International Development, will work with Congress to provide an additional $230 million to support Ukraine's economy and reconstruction by bolstering private sector productivity, job creation, and exports. The EU and our allies in the region will certainly play a large role. Romania, as a neighboring state with experience efficiently using EU funds, will have much expertise to offer. Transportation infrastructure started during war times, and transportation links established after the war will connect Ukraine's economy to its European neighbors, benefiting all economies in the region. U.S. funding will complement the Ukraine facility the EU Commission proposed on June 20th, 2023, to support Ukraine's recovery, reconstruction, and modernization between 2024 and 2027. The United States and its allies, along with the international donor community, have given tens of billions of dollars of vital humanitarian, economic, and security assistance to address Ukraine's most urgent needs. But assistance alone will never be enough to rebuild Ukraine. We need to mobilize the private sector in Ukraine and around the world. As Special Representative Pritzker said, the commitment to the Ukrainian economic recovery is fundamentally geopolitical. The presence of representatives of like-minded countries here today is a testament. And finally, it will take determination and hard work by the Ukrainian people. But who can question their resolve more than a year into this bloody struggle? They will be victorious with a little help from their friends. Thank you.
Please, Your Excellency, so kind to receive from our side the certificate of supporter of Ukraine and the pin of the event. Welcome. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your speech. It's very interesting because here we have a lot of American citizens which are very happy to hear your voice also here in Romania. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce His Excellency Gavin Rob Buchan, the Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of the Canada in Bucharest. Sir, the floor is yours, please.
Foarte mulțumesc. So, bună ziua.
Hello.
As mentioned, I'm the Canadian ambassador, but I think the principal reason I'm interested in speaking to this group is that last year I was the facilitator of the Ukraine Core Donor Group. That's an informal body that brought together the 7 main traditional donors to Ukraine to look at how we could deliver aid more effectively. So I'm going to start with very briefly with a few comments wearing my national hat. Like Romania, Canada is an unwavering supporter of Ukraine. We've been providing assistance to their development since 1991, and it's support now that we're providing across the full spectrum: military, humanitarian, development, and financial. Since January of 2022, we've committed over $9.5 billion Canadian dollars, $5 billion of that in financial, $2.4 billion in military and security, $350 million in humanitarian help for the most vulnerable, and $170 million in development assistance for Ukraine's future. I'd like to underscore this is also multi-year financing that runs through 2026, because Ukraine needs to know that its partners will be there for it for the long haul, and Canada for certain will be. Switching to my more technical hat, as previous facilitator of the Core Donor Group, I think I can provide a little bit of insight into donor thinking, describe the overall development landscape in which we're operating, and what some of the main challenges are going forward. So first, a comment on historical context. There was a lot of support to Ukraine before 2022, but it was from a limited number of donors, it was modest in dollar value, and the focus was on governance and economic reforms. There's a new landscape now, and things are very different. There are lots of new donors. There has been a massive scaling up of levels of support, almost unthinkable to those of us in the development community. And we have a much broader set of priorities. Leaving aside military and security assistance for a moment, we still have to deal now with humanitarian response to take care of those at greatest risk. Financial support to keep the government of Ukraine solvent. Crisis response in areas like the energy sector. And we still have the reform agenda to deal with. And that's, in fact, even more important than it ever was, because it's vital to Ukraine's aspirations to European Union accession. So we also know now that private sector involvement is going to be critical, because the sums of money required are simply too great for any other approach. Reconstruction of Ukraine is only going to be affordable if we can pull in the private sector for capital. So this scale up that we've gone through has meant an increased focus on coordination and planning. And I'd like to underscore the importance of two documents. One is the rapid damage and needs assessment that was referenced by the government speakers earlier. That has assessed, in March of 2023, that assessed that there were $411 billion in needs in Ukraine going forward. That figure will, of course, have risen since then. That's such an impossibly vast sum that it has to be broken down. So people are focused on the gap for 2024 of prioritized needs, that's $15 billion US. So finding financing for that is an immediate challenge. But this was a document prepared by Ukraine, the World Bank, and the European Commission. And what it does is it gives us a common baseline for what needs to happen in Ukraine. Closely related to that, there is the Ukraine plan, not yet finalized, but the draft sets out Government of Ukraine direction for reform, recovery, and reconstruction efforts. And this is absolutely essential because in a complex environment, we all have to agree on a common plan, and that direction really should come, as it is coming, from the Government of Ukraine. By design, it's an evergreen document, so it will be constantly updated. So that's the development landscape. But what are the main challenges going forward? Well, one is balance. We have to strike a balance between the immediate recovery needs, things like demining or the energy sector, and the longer-term reform efforts necessary for recovery and reconstruction. There's the financing gap, that $15 billion I mentioned for 2024, and much more going forward. We need to source that money. We need to bring the private sector in, as I mentioned, and to do that, war risk insurance is part of it. Strengthening the business operating environment is another important part. For reforms and anti-corruption, as mentioned, those are key to future recovery and European Union access. We need a single prioritized list of what reforms are going to take place and when, which of them are most important. And that is something that the government of Ukraine, I understand, is working on. And the anti-corruption component of that will be key because it both assures donors that their investments are wise, and it brings private sector investment forward. We need a fourth challenge, locally led inclusive reconstruction. Decentralization has hit some challenges in recent years, but local leadership, citizen-led efforts, engagement of CSOs, and broader inclusion, including gender equality, are all essential to make sure that all Ukrainians contribute to the policy outcomes. Finally, ensuring alignment to the Ukraine plan. This is a massive effort. It involves coordination of resources on a huge scale, and we need to have donors line up behind the government of Ukraine's priorities. So that's the landscape. Those are the challenges. Where do we go from here? It depends in a lot of respects on the evolution of the conflict. We've called this, or this conference has been called Rebuilding Ukraine, and there's a natural tendency to think that, well, this means there will be a nice tidy end to the war, and then we'll all switch to focusing on reconstruction. That's not necessarily going to be the case. It's depressingly likely that this will be a long war, and the financing and reform challenges are here today. So while I sincerely hope that the day will come soon when Ukraine has won the war, there is a peace agreement on Ukraine's terms, and we're all having a great conference to decide on what the reconstruction priorities are going to be. For now, we probably have to be pragmatic and focus on what is in front of us. Mobilizing multi-year financing, continued reform efforts, rebuilding what we can, managing the crises as they arise, and preparing all the while for the day that we all hope for, when we'll be able to say, Ukraine has won the war, and we will now help them win the peace. Thank you. Mulțumesc.
Alin? Allowed me to offer you our certificate and the pin of the organizers for your entire. Please. As a supporter of Ukraine. Thank you very much. His Excellency speaks a very fluent Romanian too. Ladies and gentlemen, allowed me to invite here His Excellency Rin Kapsu, the Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary Ambassador of Republic of Korea in Bucharest. Your Excellency, please.
Thank you so much. Bună ziua. Mulțumesc pentru
Thank you for the invitation to this conference. It is my great pleasure to be here before you.
I would like to introduce Korea's perspective on Ukraine's security and reconstruction, as well as the ways in which Korea and Romania can cooperate towards these ends. Let me start by reminding you of the keynote speeches made by the presidents of the Republic of Korea and Romania at the recent UN General Assembly in September. President Yoon Suk-yeol of Korea at the time stressed the importance of providing comprehensive support to Ukraine and reaffirmed that Korea will make a sizable contribution to these endeavors, encompassing security, humanitarian assistance, and reconstruction. President Yoon also emphasized our responsibility as the member of the UN Security Council for the 2024-25 terms in promoting and securing global peace. On the same floor, the President of Romania reaffirmed Romania's full determination to support the security and reconstruction of Ukraine, including the providing safe routes for exporting Ukrainian grains. He also stressed the strategic importance of the Black Sea area in the transatlantic security. Both messages show that although Korea and Romania are geographically far apart, a shared responsibility has tied our two countries with ironclad solidarity in the areas of security, humanitarian assistance, and reconstruction in Ukraine. I will briefly explain how the Republic of Korea, pursuing a global pivotal state in global affairs, can provide Ukraine with effective and necessary assistance. First, on the security context, Korea believes that security in Europe and Asia are inseparable. The war in Ukraine has upended fundamental values and sent shock waves in the global security and economy. Moreover, concerns are growing that the recent summit meeting between Russia and North Korea last month opened a very dangerous path for their military cooperation. Their illicit and unjustifiable arms trade will not only bolster Russia's war in Ukraine, but also deepen instability in Northeast Asia and much far beyond. The inseparability of security led the Republic of Korea to be fully aligned with the free world to impose sanctions on Russia. For example, by instantly cutting our imports of Russian fossil fuels. We participated as a co-sponsor in the UN General Assembly resolutions this February and last October in strongly condemning Russia's invasion of Ukraine and urging the full and speedy restoration of Ukraine's territorial integrity. A visit by Korea's president to Ukraine last July demonstrates our full solidarity with the government and people of Ukraine. The Korean government will proactively implement the Ukraine Peace and Solidarity Initiative together with our partners and allied countries. The Republic of Korea will continue to work very closely with our strategic partners, NATO, and the European Union to consolidate regional stability and international security. President Yoon Suk-yeol, he took part in NATO summit for 2 consecutive years. The Republic of Korea and the European Union are strengthening comprehensive security cooperation and continue to closely cooperate on regional and international issues. Second, on the humanitarian front, the Korean government has taken steps to provide humanitarian aid to Ukraine. During the initial month of the war, Seoul provided $100 million in emergent humanitarian aid, including medical supplies, vaccines, electricity generators, and equipment to secure Ukraine's nuclear power plant. We have provided additional $3 million worth of generators to help Ukraine get over its power shortages in the last winter, and took part in the other UN organizations like UNICEF and IMO program to help Ukrainian refugees. Korea has also joined the World Food Programme's Grain from Ukraine, which purchases Ukrainian grain for countries facing severe food shortages. This year, as President Yoon pledged during his visit to Ukraine, humanitarian aid was expanded to over $150 million, focusing on non-lethal military supplies such as the body armor, demining equipment, and the ambulances. Let me remind you that last February, the Telegraph newspaper of the United Kingdom judged Korea to be the only Asian country in the top 2 groups in its country-by-country evaluation of support to Ukraine. There are many examples of cooperation between Korea and Romania in this field. Since the outbreak of the war, nearly 5 million Ukrainians have fled across the Romanian border, and at this moment, more than 140,000 refugees are under temporary protections. Last year, I visited UNICEF here in Romania facility in Bucharest, to which the Korean government has provided financial contribution, and I was very deeply touched by to see the Ukrainian children and students were receiving sincere support and care from the local communities of Romania. Korea will continue to cooperate with our partner countries, including Romania, to provide humanitarian support to alleviate the suffering of the Ukrainian people. Third, on the reconstruction front, Korea has the experience, very strong will, and the resources to make a substantial contribution to Ukraine's reconstruction. As you know well, Korea has the unique experience of unprecedented post-war economic reconstruction and very speedy development. Based on this, our own unique experience, we will very strongly support Ukraine in rebuilding much-needed infrastructure and restoring basic social services. At the G20 summit in September, our president pledged that Korea would actively support Ukraine's reconstruction by providing $300 million next year, and a mid to long-term support package exceeding $2 billion. My government will closely cooperate with Romania in the reconstruction process. Romania has played a very important pivotal role in exporting Ukrainian grains through the Danube and Constanța port, as emphasized at the 3 Seas Initiative Summit. This region, and in particular Romania, has the potential to become the hub of connectivity and resilience in supporting Ukraine's reconstruction. I expect a great deal of benefits in Korea's full collaboration with Romania. We hope to utilize Romania's very strategic location and our Korea's technology and experience. For example, the cooperation MOU signed last May between Korea and Romania to expand and modernize Constanța port that will serve as an institutional basis for expanding the horizon of such a strategic cooperation. In concluding, taking this opportunity, I would like to emphasize two more things. First, the Republic of Korea, as a member of the Security Council for the 2024-25 terms, and a very reliable global partner of the European Union and NATO, and a strategic partner of Romania, will continue to stand very firmly with Ukraine. Second, Korea will continue to closely cooperate with Romania in supporting the security and reconstruction of Ukraine. Romania, located in the NATO's eastern flank, has geopolitical commonality with us, Korea, as we are situated in the northern flank of the free world in Northeast Asia. Both Korea and Romania are front bases of the free world.
We will be fully aligned with our strategic partners to support our joint values. Thank you.
You are great with your Romanian language.
Really?
Congratulations, yes. You start to learn very fast.
I'm trying, yes.
Please be so kind to receive from our side the support of Ukraine and also the pin of the...
thank you.
Thank you. And to have some photos. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. His Excellency started to learn very fast Romanian, and his results, he obtained a very fast results too. It's very important. Allowed me to invite here for the next speech His Excellency of Republic of Poland in Romania, Mr. Palauc. Please, the floor is yours. Please, thank you.
Thank you very much. Bună ziua.
Hello.
Here, thank you for invitation. With Russia continued attacks on Ukraine, critical and civilian infrastructure beginning, the reconstruction process is now a huge challenge. Everybody knows this, and we all are aware that reconstructing the war damage will require a massive global financial effort. Russia aggression is still ongoing, and all the needs for reconstruction efforts are not yet known. Supporting the early reconstruction of Ukraine is particularly important in this context, not only because of practical reasons, but also important as a strategic signal for Russia that the international community does not intend to give up and intend to consistently implement its plans. We believe that despite of tragic circumstances of the war, reconstruction is an opportunity for Ukraine to achieve high international standards in climate policy, digitization, and adherence to the rule of law, including anti-corruption. When planning the future reconstruction of Ukraine, we cannot forget about the need to support Ukraine in the field of ongoing reconstruction of infrastructures in the realities of current military operations. We must ensure that Ukraine's economy, infrastructure, and state institutions maintain the necessary capabilities and resilience throughout the war. In 2022, Poland spent over 11 billion euro on total assistance to Ukraine. This put us in the leading position in the terms of share in GDP. Meanwhile, official development assistance reached a record value of over 3.4 billion euro. The nominal official development assistance increased compared to the previous year was over 250%. Being aware of the tragic events taking place in Ukraine, it should be noted that the current situation brings certain opportunities. In the process of rebuilding Ukraine, in particular interconnectors, transmissions, and communication lines, it should be taken into account to apply the European Union standards while developing connectivity with neighboring countries, which will facilitate obtaining by Ukraine membership in the European Union. In this context, the Free Sea Initiative, in which Romania with another country plays such an important role, may be of essential importance. Poland will play an important role for international assistance in post-war reconstruction for Ukraine. We are aware that Poland, like our Romanian strategic partners, experience as a logic center for ongoing assistance to Ukraine will be used in its reconstruction process. In this context, transport, expedition, and logistics should be one of the priority areas of Polish-Ukrainian cooperation, Ukrainian neighbors state cooperation. We are present and active in the G7 energy mechanism. We have nominated a special plenipotentiary for Polish-Ukrainian development cooperation, including the reconstruction of Ukraine, in the rank of Secretary of State within the Ministry of Funds and Regional Policy. Our government has prepared a law enabling the extension of insurance coverage for the transport of goods to and from Ukraine, as well as investment activity, the official Polish Export Credit Agency. On this basis, Poland will create a dedicated program of rebuilding Ukraine. For the last year, Polish Export Credit Agency, KUKE, was one and only agency that was insuring trade receivables. The trade insurance to Ukraine will be provided also to foreign companies operating in Poland or willing to invest. We have resumed the operation of the Polish Trade and Investment Agency office in Kiev in the end of June to give a clear signal for Polish and international companies that the Ukrainian market already provides great opportunities. Credo Bank, owned by PKO BP Bank, is already providing affordable credit for Ukrainian small and medium enterprises. We are in contact with the Ukrainian side and await their concrete needs assessment with regard to our future scope of action. Ukraine's reconstruction and EU integration are closely linked. The whole efforts invested in reconstruction should help Ukraine prepare better and perform well during the EU accession process, make it sustainable, well-grounded, and merit-based. Poland is actively engaged in ongoing work on the Ukraine facility, an EU instrument which should top up the financial support for Ukraine with the amount of 50 billion euro. The OECD Secretary General and the Prime Minister of Ukraine have signed the country program for Ukraine during the recent Ministerial Council meeting. The country program will support Ukraine in the implementation of the post-war reconstruction plan, as well as in meeting the criteria for accession to the OECD. In the current situation, Ukraine cannot cover the cost of the country program. Poland decided to make some voluntary contribution to support the work of the OECD with Ukraine. In addition, Poland is financing the bulk of cost of the functioning of the OECD Ukraine liaison office in Kiev, inaugurated on 28 February. We hope that other countries, especially US, can participate in this activity. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for attention.
Please allow me to offer you the certificate as supporter of rebuilding Ukraine. Please be so kind.
Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome. That's give me the hand.
Okay.
Shake the hand.
Because I want to show the
It's not a problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, and now I want to invite here Mr. Andriy Schilar, the Deputy Chief of the Mission from the Embassy of Ukraine in Bucharest, to deliver a speech. Mr. Schilar, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you. Your Excellency, State Secretary, esteemed representatives of Ukrainian regions and ministries, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to express appreciation to the endeavors made by the organizers of such important forum, bringing up the very important issue of rebuilding and recovery of Ukraine, which is, in fact, integral part of a much more important process of ensuring victory of Ukraine in this war unleashed by Russia, ensuring stable peace and ensuring restore of world's order. So thank you very much for such important endeavors and efforts. And now I would like to present to you the address of Ambassador Igor Prokopchuk, who is now in Kyiv. Високоповажні учасники форуму, пані та панове, радий вітати вас на форумі Rebuilding Ukraine 2023.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad to invite you to the forum Rebuilding Ukraine 2023. This is one of numerous events which have already taken place in Romania. I would like to introduce the complex approach to the rebuilding of Ukraine, and actually, a lot of projects have already been implemented in Ukraine, covering the current needs. Unfortunately, Igor Prokopchuk cannot be here today because there is a joint meeting of the governments of Romania and Ukraine. Actually, this event is an aftermath of the visit of Vladimir Zelensky to Romania. A very important document has been signed after that visit, and this document is a sign of the strategic partnership. One of the highlights is the cooperation and common mutual trust. Romania is becoming a very important hub in the rebuilding of Ukraine. Thanks to the representatives of different regions for involvement and for giving us an opportunity to implement different social projects. I invite you all to exchange your contact details and take part in concrete projects on the state and regional levels. I'm sure that today's event will be a very important contribution into the development of bilateral cooperation, and I'm sure that other countries will also enhance their effort in the rebuilding of Ukraine. I wish you all a fruitful work.
I'd like to express extreme gratitude to Romania, the Republic of Moldova, the United States, the Republic of Korea, Poland, and each and every ally and supporter of Ukraine for providing necessary help, be it military aid, be it humanitarian, economic, or other assistance. Thank you very much. Mulțumim România, slava Ukraini.
Thank you very much, Romania.
Thank you very much, Mr. Skliar. Please be so kind to come here to receive also the certificate. Don't be in a hurry to take your place, please.
Break is coming. Coffee break is coming.
Yes, coffee break was a little bit earlier. Now we will have the lunch, if you have a little bit patience. Please, for the photo. Thank you very much, and send all the best to Mr. Ambassador Prokopchuk, please. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me now, because we have a very, very special part now, because we are talking about Moldavia, and we are talking about not only about Moldavia, about Transnistria especially, and we have here invited the ambassador at large of Ukraine, Mr. Rohovei, which will deliver a speech for us. Domnule Rohovei, în calitatea noastră pe care
Mr. Rogovei, in your quality as an ambassador at large of Ukraine in Transnistria, who has just left the position of Ambassador of Ukraine in Romania, basically an interim position that you occupied for a certain period of time. And for some time you've acted in Romania under the circumstances of the full war that was taking place in your country. I know that you haven't necessarily prepared the speech, but you're always ready to say a few words that you absolutely mean. And I think everyone here would like to listen to something that you would like to say. And perhaps later on we can also pass the floor to His Excellency Mr. Kirillov. We would like to discuss a little bit on the issue of Moldova. It is strictly related to both Romania and Ukraine from certain perspectives. You have the floor. Hello, everyone. Professor, Your Excellencies, Mr. State Secretary. First of all, I'd like to thank Professor Vladoiu for having invited me in this forum. It is my special pleasure to participate. I've been among the people who have discussed with Professor Vladoiu about such a project. We basically started from scratch, and we've all together obtained a significant project under the patronage of the prime ministers of Romania and of Ukraine. We're basically witnessing the birth of a very important project in one of our partner states against terror, against the aggression brought by the Russian Federation to Ukraine and to the Ukrainian people. We are firmer than ever to fight and win this war. Thank you, Your Excellencies. Thank you to all representatives of the states that are here today with us, the USA, Poland, Romania, and many other states that have become our partners, who have understood us, recognized our efforts, and acknowledged the fact that a safe Ukraine also means safety for our neighbors and also for the entire Europe. You've mentioned the fact that I have worked as the Minister of External Affairs in Ukraine. This is highly related to what is going on today in our region from a security perspective. Speaking about complex security in the area of Black Sea would be impossible if we had not the support of a partner state. I've visited several times within the past 2 to 3 months the Republic of Moldova, and I felt the support that they granted us. More than that, I have felt that we're on the same wavelength when we speak of ensuring security and stability in the area. I will now make reference to one issue that we have, except for the military aggression of Russia against Ukraine. This frozen type of conflict that will definitely be solved via a new vision and a new approach, and we will result in an integral, superior Republic of Moldova. We have the vision, we have made the concrete steps. Some of these steps and some of the results of our activity in this direction have actually been mentioned by the Minister of Ukraine, Mr. Shmyhal. This is a series of discussions, basically, and the performance and the carrying out of certain transport projects. I will not mention the exact achievements that we have had so far, but for whoever wants to know the details, I can give them. These achievements will allow us to extend the volume of agricultural export from Ukraine that will pass through the Republic of Moldova and Romania. I'd like to thank the Republic of Moldova in being so understanding and helping us to achieve this project. I'd like to thank them for their support, for their help in general, and we're hoping that via common efforts we will get both countries, both Ukraine and Moldova, to be joining the EU. Our strategic partners' help is sure to support us in getting good results. We have to be able to make firm steps towards the Euro-Atlantic adhesion of Ukraine and of the Republic of Moldova to the EU and to NATO. Via these options, we will become providers of stability and security in the area of the Black Sea. We will make sure we have a prosperous and secure area here in the future.
Mulțumim și noi, felicitări și mulțumesc pentru întregul.
Thank you, congratulations. Thank you for your full support, and alongside His Excellency State Secretary Bankov, this project was possible. It has come to fruition. Allow me to hand you the certificate and the pin of supporter of Ukraine with all our heart and all your understanding that you had for some gaps or mishaps that may have happened in our bilateral relations, which in the end, with mutual support, have led to a great result. Thank you.
Da, uitați că
His Excellency, Mr. Rohovei, has tackled a very important topic, the one of tomorrow's meeting, when we have the pleasure and honor to listen him to moderating alongside great names, the great specialist of News Strategy Center, General Director, Mr. George Scutaro. And tomorrow, I think you will have the opportunity to listen to great information with respect to the Black Sea security, him being a great expert. Tomorrow, however, he will share great details alongside tomorrow's guests. Of course, he is also preparing another event in December, 13th and 14th of December in Sinaia, if I'm not mistaken. I just got great news that the two Rebuilding Ukraine, the part that we cover as far as economic and side of things, and the think tank on the Black Sea security that Mr. Scutaro, through New Strategy Center, prepares, have been added to the statement signed today in Kiev. So we are already at a point at which we have these two aspects brought into this statement of Kiev as a result of today's event after the joint meeting of the two governments with the two prime ministers. I think it's worth an applause, right? It's worth applauding this.
Totodată vreau să invit pe excelența sa ambasador extraordinar și plenipotențiar.
Let me also give the floor to His Excellency Ambassador Kirila of Moldova, very active. Mr. Kirila is quite the fighter for this wish to integrate Moldova to the EU. As we said, Romania, based not just only on this strategic partnership, but with this desire to all be under the aegis of the EU and this union which, well, let's be very fair. The first union that now see differently will happen under the aegis of the European Union. So Moldova and Romania will have the first union after a long time as members in the EU. I don't know even if more is needed. Please, Ambassador, you have the floor. Ladies and gentlemen,
I will not abuse your patience. The lunch is waiting for us. But I will try to be very concise. 20 months ago, just imagine, almost entire world gave Ukraine just a couple of days to resist. I will not talk about Republic of Moldova. Republic of Moldova would have been the next prey for Russian aggression, for Russian war. After 20 months of war, of sacrifice of Ukraine and its people, very brave people, today we are talking about reconstruction, about renewal, about the future, our future, the future of our region. We are making plans, not only how to survive, but how to build a better world, prosperity for us, together with our partners from European Union, with United States, Canada, Japan, South Korea, who have been side by side with Ukraine and with Republic of Moldova. Because of the support we have got from our partners, now we are able to talk about reconstruction. But from my point of view, for our point of view, a couple of conditions have to be fulfilled in order to ensure, to guarantee that this endeavor would be successful for Ukraine and for the Republic of Moldova and for the European Union at large. First of all, we need to continue to support Ukraine to win this war and to win this peace. Secondly, Ukraine and also Republic of Moldova needs very clear-cut security guarantees for the future. We need the guarantees that Russia will never dare to attack us. Only security guarantees, clear-cut and very serious security guarantees for our region, for Ukraine and Republic of Moldova, in the case of Republic of Moldova, means that Russian troops will withdraw from our territory. Only security guarantees will give necessary assurances to our partners and to private companies and investors to come in Republic of Moldova and in Ukraine to rebuild Ukraine, Republic of Moldova, and entire region. Third, we need to start to rebuild the necessary infrastructure that would facilitate the reconstruction effort that would come from the European Union, from the United States and other partners. And this means better roads between Ukraine, Republic of Moldova and Romania, between Ukraine and Poland, between Ukraine, Republic of Moldova and the European Union. better railway infrastructure, modernized railway infrastructure, modernized ports, and also modernized energy infrastructure, energy connections, gas pipelines. We need to start from now to build this infrastructure that is going to be the basis for this reconstruction effort. And of course, Republic of Moldova is part of this reconstruction. From the very beginning of this war, Republic of Moldova, even if we haven't been involved in military actions, but we managed to ensure peace and security on our territory that facilitated, helped Ukrainians, refugees, to go to not only to Republic of Moldova, but to pass through the Republic of Moldova and to European Union, having necessary protection and security. Because we have peace and security in Moldova, we managed to guarantee the security lines for Ukraine. For instance, to export their merchandise to European Union, their grain to European Union and to African countries and other parts of the world, and to other parts of the world. We are a key player in security and solidarity lanes initiatives. And just recently, last week, together with Ukraine, we opened a new railway corridor. We signed it, and this railway corridor will pass even through Transnistria. And this is a good sign. This means that also people in Transnistria understand that the realities is changing, and the future is with Ukraine, with Republic of Moldova, and with European Union. And this is a good sign that we in the future can reach even a consensus on living together, on reuniting the Transnistrian regions. This means that people understand the stakes of the present and of the future. People in Transnistria. And this is due to the fact that we managed to, together with Romania, together with Ukraine, to put this in place, to create the necessary conditions. But also I would talk about the fourth condition for a successful reconstruction. And this fourth condition is bringing Ukraine and the Republic of Moldova into the European Union, integrating our economies in the single market of the European Union. Without this, reconstruction cannot be fulfilled, cannot be successful. We need to be part of European single market. This is will be our anchor for the future integration, political integration with European Union. And by the way, without the struggle and the fight of Ukraine against Russian aggression, we wouldn't have spoken today about our integration with the European Union, about accession, about future negotiations with the European Union. We wouldn't have got the candidate status to the European Union. And this is thanks to Ukraine. Thanks to the sacrifice of Ukraine and to the sacrifice of Ukrainian people. That's why I use this opportunity to thank you very much. We are deeply in debt to you, to Ukraine and to Ukrainian people. Thank you very much, and Slava Ukraine.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for your interesting speech and vision. And please allow me to offer you the pin of the, as a supporter of Ukraine. And keep going like that.
Keep going. Thank you.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to briefly, with the short answers, to ask to their excellencies to offer us the vision about what they think about Romanian logistic hub in the process of rebuilding Ukraine. And I will start with His Excellency, the Chief Deputy from the United States Embassy. Your Excellency, please, what is your opinion about this priority of Romania, this logistic hub in the process of rebuilding Ukraine? And after that, please, each of you, Your Excellencies, to answer to these questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I would say that I think the prospects are very good that Romania will play a central role as a logistics hub, you know, at such a time that we regain security in the Black Sea, and when, God willing, we have peace in Ukraine, I think that Romania will play an important role, obviously, not just because of Constanța. I think what we've seen develop over the course of the war is the Danube used more frequently for shipments, not only of grain, but also other resources. The goal was mentioned by the Prime Minister of getting from 2 million tons to 4 million tons per month. And I think we're well on our way to doing that. I think the EU has been very helpful in facilitating those goals. We recently had Special Representative Jim O'Brien recently confirmed as Assistant Secretary of State for the European Bureau at the State Department. He held talks with our European colleagues as well as Moldovans and Ukrainians and Romanians in Constanța as well as Galatz. And also there we saw that there's additional capacity in Galatz. So I think also the projects linking north to south through Bulgaria and into Greece. I think that it's very realistic to think that Romania will be a key hub. But let me stop there because I'm not an expert.
Okay, thank you very much, Your Excellency. Mr. Ambassador Kirillă, if you want to speak about this topic, but you already delivered in your speech. Please, Mr. Scliar. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, since the first days of full-scale Russian aggression, Romania proved to be and to play a crucial role in having these humanitarian hubs on their territory and supporting Ukrainians. Therefore, it is not a brainer that probably the same will also go with logistic hubs for recovery and rebuilding. Both Prime Ministers Shmyhal and Ciolacu mentioned such idea. So just let's make it real with the help of our friends and partners.
Okay, thank you very much. His Excellency Rim Kapsu, opinion about this Romanian logistic hub. What do you think, Your Excellency, about the opportunity and the importance and role?
Yeah, just to briefly remark this, that when we are looking at the map, right, then on the Romanian situation, the Danube Delta and the Constanța port, and also the Shcheba, the area, it is the main hub or gate to deliver the resources or equipments for the reconstruction, right? So in the western part of Poland, yes, definitely will play a great role. But in this region, yeah, Romania is playing definitely a great role in getting through, you know, up to the Ukraine also, right? So nowadays, the many Korean investors, businessmen, they have set their sights on the very geopolitical location of the Romania, in particular the Constanța, Sulina, Tulcea, you know. So I'm quite sure that Romania will play definitely a very, very important role during the course of the Romania reconstruction efforts in the Ukraine.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. His Excellency now, Buchan, please, from Canada.
Yeah, I think from a strictly geographic perspective, there are two natural logistics bases for providing assistance to Ukraine, and One is at the end of this row, and the other is Romania, and I think there is more than enough to be done for both of them to play a very important role. But I think it's also important to remember that logistics and transit routes aren't just about the geographic factors. It's going to be important to have business partnerships between companies that are able to deliver the goods and the services that are required for the rebuilding phase. And that's where events like this can play an important role in creating the network.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Domnul Pavel Rohovei.
Please, Mr. Pavel Rohovei, what do you think is the role and the importance of this logistic hub that the Romanian government wants to create, and all of us together, the business environment, trying to help this project? Because all in all, we can speak of a diplomacy of sustainable development. We can speak of the three players that have to take part in this process of rebuilding Ukraine. And in the new diplomacy, the government, the business environment, and of course, last but not least, the civil society. These three players have to have synergetic efforts in building this process. And this hub, I believe to be, being in a NATO country, one that is very important. What do you think? Thank you, Professor. My vision actually goes beyond this immediate future. What we do today successfully is the foundation of a broader project in the future, starting with growing and deepening the economic relations between the two countries in the region, and working together socially far closer and more in depth. Thus, we create a foundation that is, again, important for Ukraine and other countries in the region to be able to live together and to be prosperous states in our joint home European Union in the future. Setting this foundation together today, I think of the fact that some years ago I went from Ukraine to France by car with my family. I was impressed with the fact that I crossed the border from Poland to Germany at 90 miles per hour. I hope that this foundation that we set today to rebuild Ukraine, to give Ukraine the possibility to come to life again, will allow us once to cross Romania to Ukraine, not with 60 or 90 miles per hour, but without obstacles. Well, it's quite a perspective. We look forward to do this, not just between Romania and Ukraine, but maybe once Romania becomes a Schengen member, we can travel like this through several countries. And I do hope that all in all, Austria will understand this wish of ours.
Let's talk about our two states as two real pillars, Your Excellency. Poland and Romania are two strong pillars to help Ukraine in this process. What is your vision, please?
Yeah, thank you. I think we have to see the things in two contexts. That's true. Poland and Romania are two pillars in two regional initiatives. Once, I think, in the long term, in the strategic, from the strategic perspective, much more important. I mean, Free Sea initiative. because it is about the communication, about the connection, about the way. But nowadays, unfortunately, much more important is the security of Black Sea, but also the security of the Danube. This is also very, very important way for which define Romania like the hub for the south of our eastern flank of European Union in the same time and NATO in the same time. So from this point of view, B9 initiative, which is for the 9 NATO countries, with strong support of our alliance, especially with United States, is very important for nowadays. For the future, Free Sea Initiative for nowadays, B9, security of Black Sea and security of Danube.
Thank you very much. I understand that you can see very, very facile the complementarity between our two states regarding relative to the process of rebuilding Ukraine.
Strategic partner, yes, obviously.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you very much. The next questions. Let me see. Here, I think is very important for all of us to understand which is the current context and the main challenges of Ukraine's reconstruction in the current context. And I want to start with my guest. Please, United States. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Obviously, the world is a very precarious, dangerous place, and I think we see all the other things going on in the world right now in Israel. And, you know, I think that one of the challenges is that we could lose focus. And I think it's important that we remain focused because it's going to take time. I agree with the Canadian ambassador that you know, we may be looking at a period of years whether this war it's not going to end just overnight. And you know, I think we need to plan for the financing for the long term, and that's difficult to do while there's a war going on. But in many ways, I think this will be a marathon.
Thank you very much. Ambassador Kirillov, please.
Regarding the hub, the logistical hub, I mean, probably we would need not only one hub, we will need many hubs, including one in the Republic of Moldova. So, and it's very important to have very modern logistical lines between those hubs. So it's going to be a collective effort in reconstructing Ukraine and the region as a whole, and as well including the Republic of Moldova. So regarding the challenges ahead, I mean, challenges ahead, we need to, to understand that besides Ukraine and the Republic of Moldova, there are other issues that are very important for our partners. So that's why we need to not lose the focus, as has been mentioned here, and to continue our reforms and getting ready for next challenges, and preparing ourselves with implementing reforms, modernizing our economy, in order to convince our partners in the European Union that there is no time to lose. We need to be part of European Union as soon as possible. So we don't have another 20 years to wait for being part of European community and maybe Euro-Atlantic community. So everything could change once Ukraine will be part of Euro-Atlantic community. So maybe some decision, very important decision, will be taken also in the Republic of Moldova. Everything could change. So yes, we need to be focused. We need to also to prove to the world that we can bring our, also can contribute to the regional security, to the regional prosperity, so by doing concrete things in our countries.
That means till the end, the pragmatism is necessary. And
yes, we need pragmatism. I mean, of course.
Is the main stone.
Yes.
Yep. Thank you very much. Mr. Scliar, please,
Every other day, we have a shelling of civilian infrastructure of Ukraine, destruction of residential areas, schools, bridges, etc. In such circumstances, the answer is to put a stop to Russian aggression. That's the main idea. In order to make sure that such a process of reconstruction will be implemented in full. So that's
okay.
Just a small comment.
Ambassador Buchan, please.
Okay, got it now. Very briefly, 4 conditions. 1 is the scale of the need. 2 is the difficulty of mobilizing the finance required. 3 is the difficulty of engaging in reconstruction in conditions of conflict. And 4 is getting to the stage where we can focus on reconstruction as the principal challenge rather than being mired in the security issues first and foremost.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, you want to answer to this question, please?
Just to support of the opinion of our Ukrainian friends. Without a real guarantee, which means for Ukraine, for I don't know if also for Moldova, NATO membership, the reconstruction, rebuilding in the long term from the strategic point of view, it could be very difficult. So first of all, the end of the war, the victory of Ukraine, and real security guarantee.
Yes, thank you very much. Regarding of this, we have the last 2 questions. The consideration regarding the toolbox to be used to implement the peace formula of President Volodymyr Zelensky. What do you think about it? Your Excellencies, please. What do you think? Which are these considerations regarding the toolbox to be used to implement the peace formula of President Volodymyr Zelensky? Which wants to answer to this question, please?
I can briefly just comment. So basically, the peace formula proposed by President Zelensky is like 10 steps, clearly envisaged the process of restoring the peace, have a sustaining peace, and fixing the victory of Ukraine in this war. So basically, those steps are now being debated among the experts according to the directions, and I would just like to once again thanks and praise the support of Romania, because Romania is now joining 2 of those 10 steps. It's food security and radiation and nuclear security. So in those 2 steps, inside of those groups, there are now debates about how to implement those steps exactly. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. And the last question, the interests of highly developed countries from an economic point of view regarding the investments that will create the foundation of the rebuilding process of Ukraine. Your Excellency Dickerson, please.
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Again, the interest of highly developed countries from economic point of view regarding the investments that will create the foundation of the rebuilding process in Ukraine.
I think that the highly developed countries of the world will be very interested in investing in a post-war Ukraine, and I think that one of the key factors for foreign direct investment is going to be making sure that the investment climate is good, not only the security, but rule of law, obviously, the legal system. I mean, the same things that rich nations now look at when they choose to invest anywhere in the world. But Ukraine will have many things to offer. I think, it's in a good time zone. It has hardworking, industrious people, many resources. So, proximity to the European Union. And again, as we talked about all the development of transport infrastructure, I think once some of that work is done, you could get products out of Ukraine into Europe and anywhere in the world in a very short order. So I think there will be a lot of interest.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Yes, Ambassador Kirillov?
Yeah, I agree with what was been said. Ukraine has very smart people and very ingenious people, hardworking, and a very sound business community. So I'm pretty sure that the effort of reconstruction, if peace will be provided and security guarantees as well, will be very successful. So, and especially because the people of Ukraine would be a lot involved in this effort, and of course with the support of developing countries. But I see already some interest from the part of developed countries, especially in Germany and other countries, to invest, for instance, in defense security of defense industry of Ukraine. This is also another opportunity to is not investing in defense industry of Ukraine is about investing in the security of the region and of the Republic of Moldova. And I see that many countries are already, and many private companies, very renowned companies, are already interested, despite the war, despite the security challenges. They are already in Ukraine, investing in Ukraine. And also the United States recently announced that they will help to rebuild and to invest in the defense industry of Ukraine and to have common production of defense equipment. This is also a sign that there is a great potential of investments in different areas. And starting as, first of all, with defense, I would say.
Yes, thank you very much. You have right. For tomorrow, I feel that will be a great day for discussion from the perspective of the defense industry, and not only. Mr. Scler, do you have some words about this?
Well, obviously that the process of post-war recovery and rebuilding is just like a comprehensive process, which will include not only, as our colleagues says, not only providing raw materials and something, but also people who will make this happen, and obviously cooperation not only at state-to-state level and people-to-people level, regions-to-regions level, but also with the assistance of worldwide global organizations and regional organizations. That will be important. I mean, various layers are important because this will help to facilitate the process of rebuilding and recovery.
Thank you very much. His Excellency Rob Buchan, about this interest of highly developed countries, countries, from an economic point of view.
Well, I think we can say with certainty that the goodwill is there. The awareness of Ukrainian strength is there. You'd have to be buried under a rock for the last 2 years not to be conscious that Ukraine is an absolutely critical supplier for the global food security situation. Get the business environment right, as my US colleague said, and everything else will follow.
Thank you very much. His Excellency Soloch, please.
I have the interest from our perspective, I think also from Romanian perspective, and another EU member countries will be also defined in the context of European Union. And I hope, but we need the largest cooperation than only the European Union. With not only in the context transatlantic alliance, but also with participation and other partners like South Korea, like Japan. So I think they are obviously the individual national perspective in this context, but I think we need general global coordination coalition for rebuilding Ukraine.
Okay, thank you very much, all of you. Let me thank to our special guest for today. We have deeply appreciation for your speech and for interventions. Thank you very much, and allow me to invite you for a coffee break. Thank you.
Hello! Vă invităm în sală. O să avem rugămintea să reveniți în sală. Please. În 2 minute o să începem, vă rugăm să intrați în sală. Deci acum vedem dacă...
Da, bună ziua, vă rog să mă...
Hello. Please help me in starting with the second panel, rebuilding the Ukraine process and the impact of diplomacy and international diplomacy, and also rebuilding Ukraine process and in the international business environment. Let me invite Mr. Deputy Nicolae Miroslav Petrescu, President of the Union of the Ukrainians from Romania, Mr. Deputy Marius Constantin Budai, President of, no, Mr. Nasha, apologies, General Director, the General Directorate for the Administration of Large Taxpayers, the representative of Grampet Group, Grup Feroviar Român, and Mr. Manuel Wancea, the President of the U.S. Institute of Business and International Development.
O să ai un speech? Domnul ministru Miș.
Minister Misha, do you have a speech prepared or do we go directly to the topics? Okay, so we will kindly ask the representative of the Grampet Group to deliver the speech on behalf of Mr. Gruia Stoica. And then we will move to some questions, as in the previous panel.
Bună ziua, stimați invitați. Bună ziua.
Hello, distinguished guests. Hello, President Vladoiu. I would like to first convey the apologies of President Gruia Stoica for not being able to attend this event. Unfortunately, a last-minute emergency has stopped him from being here, but I convey on his behalf his full willingness to contribute to your project on the rebuilding of Ukraine. To give you some context, the Grampet Group is the largest company in the railways sector in southeast Romania. With the share of 30% of the freight railway transport in Romania, we have shipped so far about 1.5 million tons of commodities in the relation with Ukraine, especially grains and oil products. We have commodity handling areas in 4 points around the country, Galați included, and then the ones in Dornești will be finished after our own investment of about 3 million euro that will have a grain transfer capacity of about 2 million tons per year. Next year, we will also finish our terminal in Halmeu on European funds, and we estimate that this project will cost another 15 million euro to add another 3 million tons of commodities that can be shipped per year. We are ready to support Ukraine as far as energy security goes as well, providing storage solutions, oil products in our rig in Rafonești, where we have about 700,000 cubic meters of oil products. We plan on investing in increase of the transport and transshipment capacities at the borders with Ukraine and the Republic of Moldova, and we will stand with Ukraine to transfer to transport their products through Romania. We also own the Electroputere railway rolling stock in Pașcani. Given the current infrastructure with still available area of land and warehouses, we are open with partner collaborations in the military industry and in other industries as well to be able to set up a production hub in Pașcani in the next years. This project for the reconstruction of rebuilding Ukraine, will it be easy? Well, in our opinion, not so much. We face a lot of challenges as far as transport goes, and we'll have to overcome these together with the support of the authorities or by bringing together the business environment in Romania with the business environment in Ukraine. The main challenge is the status quo of the current road and railway infrastructure in Romania. The railway freight transport, the speed is about 15 kilometers per hour. So a train from Constanța to Vadosiret up north is on average about 40 hours, 40. If we add to this the business in Constanța harbor, the Requeen steams, the repairs of the railway tracks of about 1,000 kilometers in the RRP. The fact that there is a track distance difference between the Romanian railway infrastructure and the one in Ukraine, we see quite a full set of challenges. However, nevertheless, we we look for solutions. We've created a plan through the Railway Solidarity Plan of about 418 million euro roughly that we will present next week in Brussels, aiming to build 2 large multimodal terminals in Donetsk and Constanța, and also to increase connectivity and railway transport capacities between Ukraine and Romania to the Black Sea, between Ukraine and Bulgaria through the Varna harbor, and a corridor through to the Aegean Sea through the Alexandroupolis port. At the same time, in 2024, there will be funding in Romania to build another 6 multimodal terminals, in total of about 90 million euro investment, to be able to create a hub of logistics centers in or network in Romania. Starting last year, the authorities have expedited the investments in Constanța Harbor, and in 2022, Constanța Harbor registered the largest volumes of transport in its history for 75 million tons of operated commodities. These positive things have to continue. The tracks in the harbor need to be modernized. The harbor operators have to purchase new equipment to increase the daily handling of commodities and their storage capacities in order to serve all transport amounts from Romania and those from Ukraine. Again, on Constanța as a harbor, in our opinion, this can be the main gateway to Eastern Europe for commodities coming from Asia. The Grampet Group is the only partner in Romania for the Mega Corridors initiative, and we think that in the future this project can be a solution to bring efficiently commodities from Asia to Ukraine and Romania and vice versa. Now, to conclude, let me leave you with this thought. Romania is a safe country and a lot of opportunities await. The European funds, the development of infrastructure projects, gas exploitation from the Black Sea, energy production, wind power, offshore. These will bring investors in Romania. We see that Nokian plant in Russia is relocated in Romania, and it started working on its plant in Oradea, where they will invest 750 million euro. And I'm sure other large investments will follow as the starting point of rebuilding Ukraine will near. We have to stand united. We have to constantly look for solutions to take the best advantage of these opportunities and to never stray away from our path of being a strategic partner for the United States of America, for NATO, for the European Union, for Ukraine and Moldova. Thank you, and I hope we see each other soon in a time of peace, where we can sit together around the table and implement the main ideas that will be debated in this forum. Thank you once again, Mr. Vladoiu, and all the best.
Haideți să... Asta pentru așa, părerile de rău. Transmiteți-i salutări.
All our best from Mr. Stoica from our side. We hope this is just the beginning of our collaboration and that he will find everything that is here very interesting. All the best. Thank you. Let's now move to a set of questions, and let me start with Minister Misha, the General Director of the General Directorate on behalf of the National Agency of Fiscal Administration, large taxpayers. He is the one that somehow guides fiscally these large taxpayers registered in Romania. And undoubtedly, it's no easy thing. And it brings a lot of challenges, right, Minister? Hello, everyone. Indeed, it's true. First, you have fiscal challenges, budgetary challenges. The Directorate collects 50% of the NAFA budget and provides fiscal services to the first 3,700 companies in Romania that constitute 50% of the budget, as I said. Specifically, what do you believe would be the topics of interest with respect to this process of rebuilding Ukraine? What do you believe could be the main challenges that the Romanian business environment should be very careful for? Well, we speak of the business environment, but in my opinion, we can't speak of the business environment alone if we don't link it with the state administration and the relation, the union that should exist between the two, the state and the companies. Why do I say this? Because rebuilding Ukraine for Romania has already started. This already started with the investments that Romania is making in Constanța harbor on infrastructure, for railway, also on developing road infrastructure or maritime infrastructure or river infrastructure. Romania is already getting ready, understanding its strategic role, as I said, in Europe, in its relation with Ukraine. And moreover, it has to continue to get ready to support private companies, not just state-owned. We are trying to strengthen state companies to contribute in this rebuilding process, which is very important. And you need to have legislation for this, to create government programs to support private companies that can support the reconstruction of Ukraine. These projects have to provide guarantees, co-funding for all these private companies so that they be supported by the Romanian state through funding, through why not fiscal incentives or facilities in this respect to develop this partnership. And I say this because the most important aspect that you do through these events, and thank you for organizing this event and for future endeavors. So the most important aspect is trust in any type of relation, in any type of partnership. Trust matters, and without it, no one moves forward. No one does business, no one wants to develop anything if they don't have trust. That is why I believe that this event gives the partners the opportunity to meet each other, to network, to earn the other's trust, and to understand that this communication is very important, both for the time being and for the future. if there's trust, things will evolve. What you do is the first step, in my opinion, in building this trust. Later on, the other resources will follow: money, infrastructure, and so forth. Minister, as a specialist in finances, highly renowned nationally and internationally, do you believe that our project, that at least how I see it, hope will lead to a mammoth company, as I like to call it, to have as shareholders all important companies on the Romanian market now in these fields? Do you believe that in this context, is this a good foundation for what will follow? Is it a step to a good preparation with respect to the process of rebuilding Ukraine? Without trying to flatter you, I believe that this idea is brilliant, and I'm saying this because I compare to the history of such situations in Romania, in which every partner thought that they can do a great job by themselves, everyone on their own behalf, finding their path, and really forging this path by themselves. I think that this company, this LLC or a joint stock type of company, however you may want to see it, will help companies merge their efforts. And that's why I think that it's a brilliant idea. It will be successful, and it will lead to specific palpable things, because all united interests under one purpose and coordinated through a company can only lead to good results.
Vedeți, opinia dumneavoastră contează extraordinar.
Yes, because your opinion matters a lot. That's why we thought of you to be in the middle of the works. The business people here are directly interested in this issue. I think somehow everyone knows why, for what, but how will this rebuilding Ukraine happen specifically, given the finance side of things? This is just as important as the desire to rebuild the entire region. Of course, you have to have the money. If you don't have the money, a business person can't build something great. From my knowledge, from the large external or foreign donors or financiers, they've already allocated funds for rebuilding Ukraine on infrastructure, on demining, on water infrastructure, water treatment, power, and many other very important sectors. For 2024, these funds were already allocated. Which do you believe would be the perspective that through this company, Romania can see that our members of this mammoth company can create those joint ventures, being part of the tenders? How do you see things as a professional as far as the money goes? And which would be actually those services? And let me refer here to those collateral type of services that Romanian banks can deliver and the Romanian banking system can deliver, because without such a collateral warrant or guarantee type of system, people don't want to block some of their money there, or they can be quite reticent with respect to how the process is going to actually take place on the reconstruction of some buildings. They might distrust exporting raw materials because they don't have the products from the banks that can ensure somehow the fact that the Romanian business person registered in Romania does not lose their money.
Haideți să ne gândim, să încercăm să facem o...
Let's first of all try to have a practical simulation of this exercise. If you think that any partnership will lead to better business and higher success, what does it mean for an investment fund or several investment funds that are interested in participating in such a construction? Would look up one company in Romania in various domains of activity. How interested is that? I mean, they would have hours and hours in discussing with the companies, with each company. And what's the difference between this and having all of these companies reunited in an investment fund? That is, they would only interact with one partner, reuniting the interests of all the members.
Este un pas mare înainte, este un atu, este un element de încredere, da, care poate fi ulterior dezvoltat și în relația cu instituțiile bancare pentru asigurarea unor finanțări. Una este să fie o companie nu mică.
It's one thing to have not even a small company, but the big one do this, which would provide me with not enough guarantee, not enough opening, and compare that to being part of an LLC, gathering several interests, several experts, establishing a common strategy, a common negotiation in their relation with all other parties. Either whether we talk about banks, investments, government institutions, private companies in Ukraine, you need to take into consideration that the process to rebuild Ukraine also presupposes companies in Ukraine being interested not only in partnerships with Romanian companies. They might be interested in purchasing whole Romanian firms or companies who would later on provide them with raw materials, services, all sorts of things needed for reconstruction. So I think in order for the companies in Romania to be visible among Ukrainian companies that would like to purchase them, given the geographical position of the two countries, given the fact that the infrastructure is developing and that Romania is ensuring this continuity relationship, both territorially and in the maritime area, this should make us quite creative, don't you think? Yes, indeed. This makes us really happy because actually I agree that this mammoth company should be an extraordinary vehicle for the first contacts to develop. As you have initiated a dialogue with us, you also stated something very nice. We need to build the trust. That's what you said. Well, the trust stems from this very good tool, and generally the tools that we try to make available to the private sector, so that Exim Bank, and not only Exim Bank, the whole banking system, can provide those services for guarantees, providing insurance against the financial risks, providing the possibility for financing. Thank you very much. Please stay with us, because we are going to touch upon a very interesting topic soon. Mr. Manuel Wanja is also here. He is the president of the U.S. Institute of Business and International Development in Washington, D.C. So Since Manuel has obviously Romanian origins, I would ask him in Romanian, although he's been in the US for 25 years, so I hope he can still remember Romanian. He's also highly interested in the reconstruction process of Ukraine. I would kindly ask you to tell us, from your point of view, as a business specialist, business and international development specialist, what would be the real possibilities for us as a country? I'm talking about Romania, a country I hope you hold dear to your heart, to create this logistic hub. How important is it to have these security guarantees provided by NATO right now? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, everyone.
Here, and before of that, I want to, can you stand up, who's from USIDHR, and I want you to, they are coming from the United States, to give your hand for this beautiful rebuilding for Ukraine. They are more than that, and give applause. Again, I will switch you guys to Romanian because I was born here, and this country is, I have two countries now, but I want to remember myself. Și pentru asta aș mulțumi domnului profesor.
So thank you, Professor. Thank you, Professor Vlădoiu, President of the Bilateral Chambers of Commerce. Thank you very much, Romania and Ukraine. Thank you very much for this forum. Thank you very much for inviting me here, and it is an honor to be with you here today. Well, to give you an answer to your question, Rebuild Forum Ukraine is built on three pillars. There's the public part, the private part, and the civil society part. Without these three elements, there is no way to create a bridge uniting Romania to Ukraine. And by bridge, I mean a bridge of development. This platform, this hub that is to be created in Romania, is also welcome on the part of the US and the Western world, because Romania is a country that is in the Euro-Atlantic, part of the Euro-Atlantic alliance. It is a partner that generates and creates trust, the security that we need in order to bring in the reconstruction technologies, the inventions that we need. And I'm not only talking about external inventions. I'm also talking about using the Romanian human resources that are highly important. Because think of the very large distance between Romania and the US, or Romania and Canada. We all want to help, but it is important that experts, specialists, be able to talk and trust the people here. And this is visible, and I'm very glad that Ukraine and Romania have concluded this strategic partnership. US also has a strategic partnership with both Ukraine and Romania. So this trust bridge is being created. And you can use this hub not only for reconstruction. You can use it to provide Ukraine with the trust that they will become, just like the Republic of Moldova, a member of the EU. So the impact here is not only on the private sector. This is also a very high-level impact. That makes me very glad, and my colleagues too. They're here today to join the Romanian people, to join the Ukrainian people, and its representatives here today. Again, Mr. Chairman, you just initiated the discussion by saying that we should speak in pragmatic terms. Exactly, yes. So let's state things clearly, where we're at, where we want to head, and what the path there is. The path is rendered by this partnership that is being created, and that stems from this idea that came during the first conference under the patronage of the Ukrainian embassy. After that, the world started to understand. Like the minister said, you cannot easily conduct business with either Romania or Ukraine unless you do it on solid grounds. There must be rules. And you very well said, those financial rules, those tools that the EU has and that NATO has should allow businessmen to not be confused. There should be no way for them to say, okay, how am I supposed to do this? The platform that you're creating, and there are so many companies that will be part of this platform, and you said that you will also include there the way in which a Romanian company or a company that has representatives in the US, but they also have a subsidiary or a chapter in Romania, can activate or access jobs included in this platform and various projects included in the platform, the way in which it can become part of it. This is, well, sort of, if I may say so, the mega company to which anyone can be a part of. I don't know exactly what the law in Romania allows us right now, but I think it will provide today's participants in this effort with a lot more strength. And the same for future participants, too. They're all welcome to be a part of this hub, to be a part of this platform that is being built and that has been established by the bilateral chambers of commerce from Romania and Romania-Ukraine. Ukrainian people definitely need this support, and I need to open some brackets here. In March last year, when I was here, alongside the founder who will be giving the presentation for U.S. diplomacy human rights tomorrow, and we tried to help Ukrainian representatives to understand what human trafficking means. But this is a topic for tomorrow. We saw certain things. Yes, I'm very happy that you touched upon this topic for tomorrow. You mentioned Romanian law, however. Well, it should be the one to allow for this. And yes, it actually does. It allows for other companies that have not yet created a subsidiary in Romania or anything of the sort can still participate in such projects for rebuilding Ukraine. I mean, no one is prevented in any way to create a company here or to get to establish here a subsidiary or any type of enterprise whose purpose is exactly to help rebuilding Ukraine. But Mr. Stoica, I'm thinking about the challenges of multimodal bilateral transport. I think this is an essential pillar of global food security. We have approached the topic, but perhaps the minister also has an idea on the topic. And Manuel also, if you want to add anything, please do. Let's discuss on these challenges of multimodal bilateral transportation. How can we expedite this? The 2 million tons of grains that have been transported and transferred so far should double quite soon. Thank you, Professor. Thank you for the question.
Provocările logistice sunt foarte mari.
Indeed, logistical challenges are quite high. Romania doesn't have so far a multimodal hub network. As I said in my presentation, financing will be available starting next year. We have another challenge on infrastructure and history. Ukraine has a wide gauge track. Romania has a normal-sized track. So in all border crossing points, we have to perform such operations to transship commodities from Romanian to Ukrainian track support. So you have to develop this capacity. Most was done on private money, and what would really help would be, well, there will be funding to develop capacities of such transshipment of commodities at the border. This would be one step. On the other, along another type of or line of thought, as a railway company, it would help us to understand that the railway transport is the best alternative and the safest as far as transport goes. We see that the grains from Ukraine initially were shipped using the Odessa-Bosphorus corridor that is now shut down, and we don't see any hope for it being reopened. Later on, the promises to increase this capacity focused on the Danube River transport means. But from what we noticed, Russia started to attack the Ukrainian river infrastructure, and it's ever more difficult to export the grains through the Danube corridor. So automatically, the safest option is railway. But the challenge here that only time can handle is that Ukraine is a country that had this year a 80 million tons grain harvest. 60 million tons of grains are exported to various countries. In Romania, in Constanța harbor last year, 25 million tons of grains were processed, including railway, road, maritime, river transport. The only option to increase these amounts would be, of course, to develop Constanța harbor as well, to increase the storage, the silo storage capacities, to restore the tracks in Constanța to have as many rail cars as possible. And this, of course, is a long-term project. And we are happy to notice that the Romanian government and Ministry of Transport especially has allocated funds and attention, and lately they've started to increase these amounts. So many of the things that we notice today as issues can't be solved in a short period of time. Only the development of infrastructure can help. However, Romania has this security that NATO and the US give us, and we have the time to set up all the projects for future rebuild the Ukraine projects. Thank you. And Grampet is quite the large player, and it's the only large player in the area, let's call it, that has great ambitions. All the best. Let's see, Minister Misha. How do you see this impact? Because we know that Romania chose from the 10 elements of the peace formula of President Zelensky, chose 2. So the issue on energy and the issue on food security. How do you see it from the one that generates security in collecting the money of the large players on the country, on the market? Of course, it gives budgetary stability as well. Undoubtedly, in the energy sector is a great priority today and in the future. The Romanian state got involved and decisions were taken, and several projects were started to increase the energy capacity. As far as multimodal transport goes, and coming back to your initial question, we have to understand that the entire transport capacity can't happen on only one path, okay? Because that's why we speak of multimodal. We have to find this interdependence and to connect these points, modal means, so that we provide continuous flow without interruptions. There are some challenges, and there are attempts to find solutions through storage. If we refer to grains, given the difference in track width or track gauge. Let me go back also to when we spoke of a company that brings together the interest of all players, and I ask each of the players that wants to take part in rebuilding Ukraine to think if on their own they will be more successful than together. And when I say this, of course, I refer to getting collaterals and of finding or co-funding. I'm thinking of access to specialists, because it's one thing to take a country road, so to speak, and to try to find your way to your destination. And it's something else to walk with or to drive with specialists on a motorway that guarantees that you get to your destination. That is where you find the partners that you already agreed to have and chose. And moreover, with respect to flow of information, of goods and services on a country road as opposed to a motorway, well, that's the difference between individual actions in a company in finding partners in Ukraine and following this rebuilding process and bringing all the interests together, appointing specialists in their fields, and to bring solutions on financing, technical side of things, finding legal solutions to adapt the legislation so that this partnership can be as easy as possible, as flexible as possible, and to provide the necessary exchange of goods and services, because we have to be aware that in a dynamic society, legislation has to change. In such a process, we have to identify all legal challenges to find solutions for. And not to say that we have the capacity to do this. We have quality, competitive solutions. We earn the trust of the partners, but we still have some legal tweaks to do. You've touched upon a very delicate topic, and you are very right. Because let's just refer to the demining issue. In the neighboring country, Ukraine, and demining, and in Romania as well, demining was done through state-owned companies. Not even, I wouldn't call them companies. I would call them state institutions. And in this case, Ukraine had to change the legislation in force to give the possibility that private companies take part in the demining process. And still, this issue is at the level of the institution, and this demining process can only be done by a specially trained company, Romanian company, which is something that is exclusive to the state. Although there can be companies, specialists in Romania for demining, for now they can't take part because they can't exist registered as such. So this is really under the purview of the state. Otherwise, we enter a conflict. And we have Professor Barbu Silviu in the room. Hello. He is the head of the control department of the Prime Minister of Romania, and he would have to intervene swiftly against companies that only just to find something about that. So we have to leave room for the business persons, business environment in Romania to have access to this, and the Romanian government has to harmonize as far as the legal perspective goes. And also this comes back to interoperability, because, I like to see that Romania has this intermodal approach in transport. But it's still a lot to do for infrastructure to be efficient. Thank you all for giving great ideas and great perspectives. Let me invite our Ukrainian colleagues that will undoubtedly give us the perspective of the regions and institutional regions and regional development agencies of Ukraine present today. So please add 2 more chairs, and let's bring microphones as well, the technical team. Please, Minister, get the certificate from us and pin as a supporter of the rebuilding Ukraine, which you truly are, a true supporter. Thank you so much for your words.
Manuel Wancea.
Mr. Manuel Wancea. Shake my hand, my friend.
Mulțumim, domnul Gruia Stoica a primit un consilier felicitări pentru prestație. Mulțumesc. Deci,
let me invite next to us here on stage Madam Inessa Sushchenko, the head of Foreign Affairs and International Relations in Kharkiv, the Regional State Administration in Ukraine. please. Madam Yulia Hritsuku Andriash, Deputy Head of Chernobyl Regional Military Administration. Mrs. Natalia Ostapchenko, Deputy Chief of Zhytomyr Regional Military Administration in Ukraine.
Of the head of the Regional Military Administration of Kherson Oblast, Ukraine. Mr. Sergei Kononenko, Director of the Institution Regional Development Agency of Odessa Region, Ukraine, and my friend, please, the floor is yours, come. Mr. Yuri Dimchoglu, member of the Supervisor Board of the Institution Regional Development Agency of Odessa Region, Ukraine. Deci acum, doamnelor și domnilor, o să...
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we will see the perspective of those that the Romanian business environment will meet, whom they will ask to work on the projects, and the action will take part, and the interaction will be with these dear friends of ours, guests that will have presentations, ideas to convey. So this time, on behalf of Ukraine and the regions that they represent, they will convey the messages. So please, to start, I don't have a certain order. We are all equal. Let's start right to left and to allow the ladies first, and then we'll give the floor to the gentlemen. Of course, we have to give the priority to the ladies, right? To be polite. So I give the floor to Madam Inesa Hlushenko, Head of Foreign Affairs and International Economic Relations from Kharkiv Regional State Administration.
Дякую. Вітаю вас, шановні.
Thanks a lot, dear participants. First of all, I would like to thank Romanian colleagues in the name of the head of our military administration for organization of this large-scale 2 days event involving business and state representatives, and that you support not only the issues of today's rebuilding, but you support the construction of our future strategic relations. It's very important to organize such events and to create our strategic partnership through actions. Romania is our partner and our friend. We knew that even before the full-scale invasion. We are really thankful to your people who supported and who is supporting Ukrainians now. Despite constant combat actions on the territory of Kharkiv Oblast, Kharkiv region has great potential in agriculture, economic, and industrial sphere. Now, utmost importance is drawn to the attractive climate for business on the territory of Kharkiv region. And we are trying to attract foreign partners. Of course, we have great needs because of damaged and destroyed infrastructure and the critical infrastructure objects. We have an acute issue of mined territories. 159 hectares are mined in Kharkiv region, and 65 1,000 hectares are demined today. Of course, it is easier to overcome these problems with the help of partner countries. Kharkiv Oblast administration is open for partners from Romania, and is ready to formalize the partnership by signing agreement. Thank you for your attention.
Від голови Харківської обласної
In the name of the head of Kharkiv's Oblast military administration, I would like to pass this small gift to you. These are pictures of the occupation of Kharkiv region.
Și acum invităm pe
We now give the floor to Madam Yulia Hriscu-Andrieș, Deputy Head of Chernobyl Regional Military Administration.
Доброго дня, шановні присутні. Адміністрація Руслана Васильовича Запоронюка.
I'm passing the greetings from the head of our regional administration. We know that Romania is our partner, our good neighbor, and we can see the proof of it all the time, not only during the peaceful time, not only when no efforts are needed to be good neighbors, but during the bad times. In the very beginning of the full-fledged invasion, when it was needed to interfere and help. This year, we have organized a Romanian, Moldovan, and Ukrainian business forum in Chernivtsi, and we have created good partners relations. I would like to show you a short video, and then I will add a little bit more to that.
Welcome to Ukraine. Welcome to Bukovina.
Область налічує зручну розгалужену систему дорожніх шляхів європейського рівня, які сполучені із декількома митними пунктами пропуску, що сприяє зручній торгівлі між країнами. Не лише асфальтом. Передові логістичні компанії будують на теренах краю залізничні термінали для транспортування агропродуктів та важливих промислових виробів. Залізниця налічує понад 5000 кілометрів. Будівництво індустріальних парків створить революцію в підприємницькій діяльності. Зерно – це золото нашої країни. Попри війну, ми докладаємо всіх зусиль, аби воно було в домівках людей по всьому світу. Буковина щороку генерує 666 тисяч тонн зернових культур. Садівництво – перспективний напрям розвитку регіону. Як от наші яблука, які смакують в Європі, арабських країнах та на Сході. А ще з них роблять відмінний натуральний сік та концентрат фермерських господарств. Можливо, саме українська індичка потрапляє на твій стіл. Ми – перші в Україні з виробництва м'яса індика. Наші овечки прекрасні, чи не так? А наше крафтове виробництво грибів різного виду ще більше дає можливість взаємодії із дарами природи. Дивовижні Карпати. Але про них згодом. Відправляємось далі. Тут створюються меблі для всієї Європи. І навіть твоє крісло з юску. Столи, шафи, тумби – великий спектр продукції, що був визнаний європейськими товарними виставками. Місто Чернівці – обласний центр Чернівецької області із чисельністю 267 тисяч осіб. Український Хогвартс. Регіон є провідним центром освіти, а Чернівецький національний університет, один із корпусів якого становить спадщину ЮНЕСКО, посідає 11-те місце в рейтингу ТОП-200 університетів України. Хороші університети дорівнює якісні фахівці. IT-сектор налічує 13 компаній і 2400 приватних IT-підприємців.
Компанія вже працює 30 років, зокрема у Чернівцях працює 16 років. І до повномасштабного вторгнення у Чернівцях налічували близько 500 співробітників. Чому обрали Чернівці? Тому що це перспективне, гарне місто з...
Чернівці, because it has a very big university, and it provides a lot of stuff for us, and the city is well situated close to the border. It's important that we have Chernivtsi National University, which is a source of young talents and stuff. This is the region where you can find place for various recreative activities. We have Carpathian Mountains.
ваш регіон. Твоє авто, огорожа чи система безпеки може складатись із комплектуючих та оснащення, виготовленого в Чернівецькій області. Буковинські Карпати – це наше природне надбання. Десятки гір, краєвидів та світанків починаються звідси. Колишня радіолокаційна станція «Памір», що стала місцем збору туристів, Дністровські каньйони, автентична Маланка, молодіжні фестивалі, фортифікаційна споруда Хотинська фортеця. У нас є що побачити. То що? Буковина – регіон, що вражає.
Чарувати будь-кого.
So I believe Ukraine, Bukovina, Chernivtsi region, and any other region represented here impresses and has place for investment. But we need to win the war. Out after that, we'll be able to restore ourselves. From my side, I'd like to thank all the Romanian partners for their assistance and for enabling us in this war.
That supported Chernivtsi region, and I think that with this support we will bring better future for Ukraine. Thank you very much.
Mulțumesc. Iulia, asta e pentru tine. Drag. Esa?
Thank you very much for that. Now I'd like to give the floor to Mrs. Natalia Obstanchenko, Deputy
Please.
Доброго дня, шановні присутні, шановні іноземні партнери.
Dear international partners, dear participants, we got here to speak about investment in social capital, which was one of the most powerful one in Ukraine in these terrible times when the aggression of Russia destroys our cities. The qualified specialists are forced to work in difficult conditions. We are trying to turn Zhytomyr region into a hub that. So this is our region has suffered significantly from battle. We have 414 damaged facilities, including more than 1,000 houses, 150 kindergartens, and 44 hospitals, 52 utility places, 6 roads and bridges. It's difficult to live a normal life, but we're trying to provide these conditions for work and life for our residents and our specialists. We continually rebuild the damaged property and rebuild 2,643 objects are restored. 2,360 residential buildings, 88 schools, 29 hospitals, 35 administrative buildings, 3 bridges, 1 road, and many more. And about 3.5 million euro were spent on housing restoration. And so the initiative e-restoration was a very beneficial initiative of the government. So the people can get compensation to restore their housing and buy one instead of the destroyed one. 536 applications for the restoration of damaged housing has been filed. 311 received compensation in the amount of 72,000 euros. 82 persons, 50 applications were approved, and 22 have received the total compensation of 615,000. We do everything we can, but our efforts are not enough. We're thankful for international partners for investment support of our projects. So with this support of Estonia, we managed to store the bleach over the Irsha river, and the cost of work is 113 million hryvnias. The synergy that was achieved through the fruitful cooperation of our Estonian specialists allowed within the within the short period of time to build a bridge which meets all the European standards. Our Estonian friends ensure the construction in the city of Overich and the up-to-date module kindergarten by providing 2.7 million euros. So having such a positive experience of cooperation, would like to suggest our partners to consider two very important social projects. First is the rehabilitation program for the veterans of the war in the city of Berdichi. More than 37,000 servicemen received medical and rehabilitation support, but only 33 hospitals can provide such assistance. And so in these conditions, the role of the hospital cannot be overestimated. During 2022-23, more than 12,000 servicemen were rehabilitated in this facility. Around 85% of those who have passed rehabilitation returned to the military service. The high level of rehabilitation requires high-quality material base, and equipment and also restoration works. The second project is about innovative approach for psychological rehabilitation of veterans and the members of their families. It has been developed by scientists of our Polytechnical University using this efforts of other specialists, because it can be scaled up to the whole territory of Ukraine. Hopefully you'll be interested with this project, and we'll be able to discuss them later in greater detail. As you can see, it's difficult to underestimate their meaning on the current conditions. Thank you very much for your attention. I hope for fruitful cooperation.
Come on.
Дякую. Я бачу, що всі вже стомилися, але
Everyone is start. I would like to say a couple of words about my region where I work. It's Kherson region. Kherson region is probably the first example. It was of occupied territory. It's temporarily deoccupied. It is partially deoccupied, and in the occupied part, we've been working on restoration, the infrastructural projects, schools, kindergartens where possible. Because understand that Kherson region is under heavy shelling of this Russian Federation. So the whole of Ukraine and our region experiencing difficult times. The Kherson region became the only example of occupation and temporal and partial deoccupation. In 20,000 infrastructure objects were destroyed in the temporarily occupied territories. 266 educational institutions, 140 medical institutions, and great number of energy infrastructure were out of service, and a lot of pipelines also are damaged. Another example is the explosion of the Kakhovka Dam. I know many of the present are unaware about the strategy, because we made friends with American friends, with Romanian friends. I can refer to them as friends, but some of them are unaware about the strategy. But the strategy shook the whole world. This crime of the Russian Federation has a shocking consequences regarding the environment and economy of the whole region. The Russian terrorists have exploded and sent 18 billion cubic meters of controlled water. Whole villages were flooded. the dozens of localities were flooded. Even now, there are some localities that are still flooded, and there is no idea, you have no understanding if the water will go. So we will work hard on rebuilding infrastructure and rebuilding economy and providing social support to our citizens of Kherson region. Ukraine continue to fight against Russian aggression and find mean ways for instance to restore social stability, economical stability. Currently, several programs are being implemented in the region. E-recovery, shoulder-to-shoulder, restoration of water supply networks, and drilling new boreholes. All of them aimed at restoring the social infrastructure objects and private housing, regardless of the very difficult economical situation, active hostilities. We're trying to provide the decent life conditions for our citizens. In this context, the international cooperation plays the crucial role. It is not only supports our efforts, but also creates opportunities for rebuilding and restoring our country. Today, I would like to present one of the projects in the educational area, which became a symbol of our cooperation with international partners. I mean the reconstruction of Arkhangelsk school. This project is extremely important for our adults and children. I would like, please, we have video, so I encourage you to watch the video, and then I will continue my presentation. Thank you. This school is located far from contact line, more than 50 kilometers. This is Vysokopilya Hromada. So altogether, 250 kids return to this community that want to go to the school, learn, and teachers want to teach the kids. So because of the numerous shelling in the Arkhangelsk, the school should be restored to provide proper conditions for development of our kids. In order to implement this project, we received partial finance from the government in the amount of 875,000 euros, and also 1.2 million euro from the European Investment Bank. So still, to complete the modernization, we need to attract 2.4 million euros additionally. These funds will be used for modernization of the teaching technologies, creating the comfortable conditions for students and teachers. Our goal is to ensure the modern teaching standards, to ensure our kids get the high-quality education. We're aware that through the mutual cooperation work, we'll be able to provide kids of Kovalensk with a comfortable atmosphere of teaching. We only together with the representatives of the civilized world, we can ensure the regeneration of our country. So so mutual cooperation is the key. The mutually beneficial cooperation is the key to success. We'll be able to cope with all the challenges, live in the world of prosperity. I would like to thank moderator for your job. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much. And now we have the possibility to invite the next Mr. Kononenko, because it's good that I have your name, because Andriy stole the paper. Please, the floor is yours.
Доброго дня, шановні учасники. Це особливий момент, коли
Dear participants, when we're united with the mutual goal, when we get together here today, our meeting at this forum shows the significant step towards the restoration of Ukraine. Let me thank for organizing the forum to the government of Ukraine and Romania, Ukraine Embassy, and Bilateral Chamber of Commerce, and Mr. Vladoy and his team personally. Today, our country is facing new challenges, and our ability to unite efforts for mutual rebuilding is extremely important. This forum, this place where we exchange ideas, experience innovative ideas, in order to build stable and Ukraine. Ukraine and Romania have a history of mutual cooperation. They're very united nowadays. The partnership of Ukraine, especially in the transnational and region, is very important. So such regions like Odessa region are very important in this process. In 2023, we've been working on rebuilding of Odessa region in the post-war conditions. Our agency cooperates with international experts and donors. This project is supported by Swiss-Ukrainian DECIDE project, e-governance project, and West Eastern Europe Fund, USIDHR, and NGOs. By uniting our efforts to resolve global problems such as restoration infrastructure, increasing the quality of education and healthcare with the support of the enterprise, we can exchange ideas, make mutual steps, and reach for mutual goals. Today, for me, it's a great honor to invite you to the city of Odessa on Restore Odessa forum that will take place in November of this year. This event will unite the representatives of the business, public, and civil society to discuss the most relevant issues of restoring our region. Thank you very much for your attention and for readiness to cooperate. And so may our efforts lead to positive changes and shifts, and taking the opportunity. So since Mr. Nastin is my friend, I would like to ask my colleague to offer you, to suggest you to develop the economical potential of the Odessa region. Good afternoon, dear participants. Let me present the economical investment potential of Odessa region, in particular in the context of the current situation, in the context of rebuilding, post-war rebuilding of Ukraine. The Odessa region is the region located in the south and west part of Ukraine. So this is So it has very beneficial geographical location, and through the territory of Odessa region, 5 international transport lines go through our region. We are very important transportation and logistical hub of Ukraine. Odessa region is the key maritime gates of Ukraine, and performs very important transport and distribution functions. Is the leading region of Ukraine in the context of development, tourism, recreation, and balneology. It is distinct for its agricultural production with a high portion of processing. We have a developed light industry and heavy machinery sector. The entrepreneurs of Odessa region perform external transactions with more than 165 partners from all the world. During the first half of this year, the amount of export and import increased. So that's why regardless of the war, we can state that the process of restoring of the economy is taking place, and the significant role is played by implementing the presidential initiative of creating the grain initiative using the seaports and river ports of Odessa region. So immediately after the beginning of the war, because of the disruption of the logistical chains, Odessa region suffered a lot. So we have 7 seaports, and thanks to the grain initiative and about 1,000 vessels of agricultural products left the ports of Ukraine towards Asia, Europe, and Africa. And the blockade of the seaports was another challenge for the development of Duna ports, which demonstrated the growth of their capacity compared to the pre-war period. A significant is observed in Reni, Uсть-Dunajsk, and Reni. So the totally more than 17 million tons of products were handled. The Russian aggression and bombardment of the maritime and river infrastructure caused significant damages. So partially destroyed 100,000 tons of products were destroyed, and there is a strong need for implementing the maritime and multimodal transportation hub support. So in this region, we have beneficial conditions for development of tourism and recreation. It's understood that the tourist sector suffered the greatest loss because of Russian aggression. Because in 2022, the situation has changed a little bit. In the end of the summer, some beaches were opened, but the internal and domestic tourism has started to recover. Sadoka, Zarhivka, and other localities still suffer from missile attacks, and a lot of tourist objects were destroyed. But still, there is a relevant issue of the post-war demining of the coastal areas. As you may see, the city of Odessa suffers from regular missile attacks. Although the entire the central part of the city is included in UNESCO heritage list, and altogether in 87 monuments have suffered damages. In Odessa has a developed industrial complex, especially machine building, fuel industry, and enterprises from other territories are relocated to Odessa region. Altogether, there are 83 industrial parks in Odessa region. Traditional agriculture has a strong agricultural capacity. We process and produce wine, oil, and special attention is paid to development of the processing and fruit industry business. We have fertile lands, but there is a need to reconstruct the irrigation, melioration equipment. So the total investment required is 750 million hryvnias. We're actively seeking for international partners to implement this project.
There was a short presentation of Odessa region. We are, as the Agency of Regional Development, are included into the plan of rebuilding of our region together with international partners. We are non-governmental organization, and we are created in order to stimulate the partnership between private and state bodies. Our agency works on 4 directions: work with international organizations, investment office, office of European integration, and office with of the work with local communities. So we are dealing with the development of our region. Last year we have gathered 91 portfolios of territorial communities, and as you can see, the projects which are relevant in our region cover almost all spheres, including agriculture, electricity, transport and logistics, and medical complex. Here you can see our achievements as of 2023. I will not take up your time for that, but our agency participated in the tender as for the status of getting the regional branch office status. Of 2014-2020. So for the tender procedure, the experts of our office were doing the monitoring and coordination, and we will implement this project within the mentioned program. We have a big system of partners within business sphere and international agencies. Here you can see our several key projects, and we invite other partners to get involved into it. The projects include the creation of industrial park in Odessa region, which will help the creation of industrial hub in our region, which will help development of construction industry in the whole southern part of Ukraine. And here is another project which will be directed to the transportation sphere. So here you can see the object for privatization. It's Belgorod-Dnestrovsk seaport, which might become the key object of a transport industry of Odessa region. And also here is the investment project on the creation of a transshipment in Odessa region. So we are waiting for investors, and we will implement these projects together with the investors. So actually, there are a lot of humanitarian projects in Ukraine, and a lot of attention is paid to the healthcare and modernization of hospitals for kids. One of such hospitals which needs modernization is located in Odessa region, which has a space for 500 kids. Another important thing that we are doing is the rehabilitation issue. Almost all communities of Odessa region understand the scale of the problem, and they have projects for rehabilitation based on local hospitals and local clinics, and we will be glad to attract partners to implement these projects. There are also a lot of projects on creation of better life conditions for IDPs and others who lost their homes due to combat actions. Unfortunately, there are a lot of such people and a lot of such projects in the region, so we would like to share the information if you need it. Thanks a lot for your help to Ukraine.
As you see, the Odessa region presents very many projects already. We have a memorandum signed in May with Mr. Kononenko, the director of the Institution Regional Development Agency of Odessa. So I really foresee a very interesting development. I'm not saying that the other regions are not interesting as well, and just as well prepared as far as their projects go. Allow me to give the floor now to Mr. Yuri Dimchoglo, member of the Supervisory Board of the Institution Regional Development Region of Odessa region. Please, Mr. Dimchoglo.
Mulțumesc frumos, доброго дня.
Good afternoon. Yes, of course, this region is a powerful region, and it is said in Odessa. Odessa is not a capital, but it is not the second region either in Ukraine. Unfortunately, this is also known to our enemies. That is why Odessa region, as other southern regions of Ukraine, suffer a lot from Russian attacks. Today, I would briefly like to show our small example of what we are doing, because we, together with Romania, have 177 kilometers of common border. And this pre-border infrastructure suffers a lot from Russian drones, Russian attacks. A lot of you in Romania know and see and are aware how Russian drones attack ports of Reni and Izmail. Within the last 2 weeks, our border crossing point, Orlivka Isakcha, was bombed. This was our common work. It was developed in 2015 upon our cooperation memorandum signed then. Here you can see Orlivka. From Ukrainian side, it's right across from Isakcha in Romanian side. That was taking in the peaceful time when it was just opened. But unfortunately, on the 26th of September, for the first time, it suffered from Russian attack. I cannot show you other pictures, but these are the pictures which were published by the Border Guard Service and Emergency Service. So this is what happened to the civil and peaceful border crossing point. This is what Russian aggression did to it. As of the 6th of October, this border crossing point also suffered again from Russian attack. So here you can see that Russian drones were moving for a long time along Romanian and Ukrainian border because they knew that Romania will not down the drones. That is why they actually also knew that Ukrainians will not down the drones because they're too close to Romania. So unfortunately, as a result of that, this border crossing point was attacked again. And this is an example that I wanted to show you because this is a common product of Romania and Ukraine. And actually, you can see how close the war is to Romania right now. Actually, after several attacks of Ismail drones were directed to the territory of Romania, and our servicemen believe that, unfortunately, the attacks will continue. We have to defend ourselves, but unfortunately, this part of our region is not as well protected as other parts of this region or other regions. Above Ukrainian part and above your part of Danube, we will always see peaceful sun. So with your help, we will restore this pre-border infrastructure, as it was said today. Everything's going to be all right, and everything's going to be Ukraine. Thank you.
Da. Așa cum vedeți, am avut prezentări extraordinar de interesante.
We've had very interesting presentations, and this has been only the beginning. We will definitely have to exchange contacts and keep in touch with one another. And we will take it to the next level. Drafting priorities and see what are the big projects that we can achieve. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to thank the guests of this panel and to wish them all the best. We wish for there to be peace in the area, for you to be able to overcome all of the difficulties that the war has created, and you will definitely feel the support of the Romanian business sector. Thank you. Enjoy your trip back, and please be prepared for our next forum in June. Until then, we'll be waiting for you to join us tomorrow in tomorrow's discussions too.
Și acum colega mea, Alina Gabor, care îi mulțumesc.
And now my colleague, Alina Gabor. I'd like to thank her on behalf of the entire team. She'll be introducing the Romanian companies. And afterwards, of course, we can go towards networking. Hello. As you've probably heard today, the Bilateral Chamber of Commerce Romania-Ukraine has launched the Rebuilding Ukraine platform. So far, more than 70 Romanian companies have subscribed on this platform. Today, we will invite 3 of these companies, top companies, I should say, to present to us their activities. So we'll start with the first one. The name is Edas Exim. And we hereby invite Mr. Dan Cosașu, the president of this company, to take the floor.
Bună ziua, bună seara.
Hello. Perhaps I should say good evening. I would first and foremost like to thank the organizers. and everyone involved in organizing this event for having me here today. Secondly, thank you for the patience that you have had so that you can hear what we would like to say after 3 p.m. Thirdly, I strongly support the following idea. The initiative that is to create a strong structure that becomes a competitor on the rebuilding Ukraine market. Because we know that in our history, there have been such attempts. We're well aware of that. The results have not been the waited for results. We are a company about which I will just say merely what we can do. We have specialized departments, and they collaborate among themselves. My colleague will give you details in a second. We're talking about purified water, which is needed in industrial installations, in laboratories, in hospitals, basically anywhere you know such purified water is needed. Secondly, we treat waters. The treatment of waters also entails two segments. Number one is drinkable water, potable water. Number two is the water that must be treated so that it can be used either for irrigation or for other purposes. In terms of water treatments, we also have a specialized department that handles treating industrially used water. Besides these departments, we also have the healthcare one. It is specialized in providing solutions, starting from greenfield projects, in order to build clinics, hospitals, laboratories, and so on. Actually, our specialization is to provide solutions compliant with good manufacture practice. This is a worldwide regulation on how such areas should look like and what the air in these areas should be. I wouldn't like to forget mentioning the fact that everything I've said so far and the special results that we have are due to the fact that we've worked a lot. We're among the companies that have managed to have some very important projects. The expertise of our specialists is obviously the cause of that. To end this, I should say that the design and European fund access part is also one aspect that we take into consideration. And to finish my speech, besides thanking you for listening to me, I want to mention that starting from the idea that Mr. Nastiplodoiu had with this strong company, I have to give you a fundamental idea based on more than 30 years that I have as experience as a businessman. Once you manage to get a project, the local partners in the area are more than necessary to work with them. Because if you take a cleaning station, a water treatment station that you earn via procurement in Ukraine, you will not be able to take the Romanian experts to this. a project that has permanent supervision and cooperation in the country where you need to perform the project is the only means for this to be successful. I would like to wish everyone present here today peace, and I wish that freedom and democracy win over evil. Thank you very much for your patience. What I can say is that my friend, Mr. Kosashu, is also the first deputy chair of the Bilateral Chamber of Commerce of Ukraine and Romania, and also the chair of the Bilateral Chamber of Commerce between Finland and Romania. I'm sure rebuilding Ukraine will be mainly supported by them too. Now, we will invite alongside us Mr. Mădălin Popescu, the representative of MIT Klima. Hello, everyone. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. An old saying teaches us that a group of friends is not drawn by a compass, and a friend in need is a friend indeed. However, the circle of friends can only be built with humility, honesty, correctness, and love. I hereby invite you to applaud the Rebuilding Ukraine platform because they honor friendship. This is what it is about, friendship. To contrast destruction, death, we now bring hope to life. The hope that Romania and Ukraine will work together to build better lives for Ukrainian citizens. So on behalf of all of our partners, congratulations for the Rebuilding Ukraine project. It is a great achievement. My name is Mădălin Popescu, and I am the marketing manager of MIT Klima. For more than 10 years, MIT Klima is on the top of companies importing and distributing climatization products.
Este de a furniza cele mai eficiente și productive soluții și produse de climatizare din România.
The HVAC solutions in Romania make us one of the top solutions. We protect our maintenance costs and purchase costs, and we protect the quality of the products that we provide. And our customers can testify to that. We provide a very large range of HVAC products, both industrial and residential. All the collaborations that we have with our partners and collaborators presuppose a success for us, from residential to commercial up to industrial sectors. We design and mount any type of HVAC solution. Our providers come from all over the world, and among them, Mitsubishi Electric, Hisense, Stulz, and many others are the most well-known, obviously. We continuously grow via the quality of the work that we perform, and our sales have kept growing. We've also remained extremely passionate about our work. However, which do you believe would be the best proof of our works than the projects that we've done lately? Look at Stejari residence. It is home for hundreds of families. Via Mitsubishi Electric products, more than 761 indoor units have 198 REFs. IKEA uses Midklima. And this is news to the Romanian society because the project that we have implemented is going to be assessed by IKEA for it to be implemented internationally. One Verdi also has our products mounted and installed. They have more than 950 indoor units. We here a whole stadium with Hisense products, and they're also very, very good for hotels. We also have another project, Amazon Iași, with data centers that have been AC'd by Stulz. We also provide services to government institutions in Romania, STS data center. They also use Stulz products that we provide them with. And not to forget, we should mention the military base in Lugoj. So as you notice, most of our customers come from various sectors. We have performed and have worked in more than 100,000 projects in Romania, and we're constantly developing in terms of strategic partnerships with companies from the US, companies in Turkey, and so on. As you can notice, here's the question: what's Midklima? We're an extremely serious partner. We treasure friendship and success. We're dedicated to building a better future for the Romanian society, and Rebuilding Ukraine proposes to us to build a better future also for the Ukrainian society. So congratulations for this project and thank you.
Este și da. Mai așa, da. Mulțumesc mult.
Thank you very much. Wish you the best of luck in your business. Alina. We will now invite Mrs. Natalia Dimova, the representative of Automagistral Pivden RO.
Natalia, please.
Bună ziua!
Hello. Leave the best to last, right? Isn't that a saying? Esteemed participants, I am the last speaker for today. You know the saying, however, last but not least. We've heard a lot today on how to rebuild Ukraine, but this is not possible without strong construction companies. I'm here in front of you today to present to you one of the biggest construction companies in Ukraine, Automagistral Pivden. Our company's headquarters is in Ukraine, and we also have subsidiaries in the Republic of Moldova and in Romania. I should mention the fact that we have not stopped. We are working on a daily basis to rebuild Ukraine. We are the leader on the construction market in Ukraine. Automagistral Pivden is a well-known company in Ukraine, and we have been the leader of the construction market for years. In 2021, our turnover exceeded 1 billion euros. Our company has activated in the construction, highway, road construction, express road construction, and hydrotechnical, as well as airport constructions for a long time, and we maintain a significant part of national roads. Throughout its 20-year history, the company has built more than 3,000 kilometers of highways, 3 international airports, and many others. Currently, the company has to do the maintenance for more than 6.7 thousand kilometers. We have the strongest and more modern production bases in Ukraine. The volume of the asphalt mixture production reaches more than 4 million tons a year. The company has more than 3,000 vehicles and specialized equipment for constructions. The most well-known projects that the company has performed are the international airports of Mikhailov, Odessa, and Kherson. And we also worked on the reversible hydroelectric power plant on the biggest in Europe, actually. And this year, our company is finalizing the construction of a bridge longer than 800 meters over the Desna River, close to Chernihiv. And we're also helping rebuild water pipes towards the Kryvyi city. These pipes will deliver more than 400 cubic meters of water a day. In 2019, we entered the Moldavian market. We've conducted the construction and rehabilitation of the Chisinau-Giurgiulești Highway M3 with a total length of 250 kilometers. Within this project, we have repaired 11 bridges, and during this summer, this project has been finalized and is now being used by the Moldavian authorities.
This year, it is being used by the Republic of Moldova, and we will build the ring road for Vulcanești that is close to the Romanian border. Again, a road segment of about 9 kilometers. This project is funded by EBRD, the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. In 2023, we entered the constructions market in Romania as well. We currently work in the Satu Mare airport. That is where we apply 3 layers of asphalt with a lane or a track length of about 2,000 meters, so 3 layers that will be applied 23 centimeters thick. We repositioned and used over 20 pieces of machinery in Moldova, and we work with we're highly professionals. We have a professional young team, very experienced. We have an entire fleet of automated machinery. We give our clients efficient solutions based on modern technologies. We have our own quality management system, research centers where we create materials with specific features. Our company is ready to rehabilitate, rebuild Ukraine. So we are open to proposals from Romanian partners and partners from other countries that are open and willing to invest, to build, and to create together a more beautiful and stronger Ukraine. Thank you. You see, as I said, the business environment is flexible, versatile. Companies from Ukraine come to find joint ventures, investors from Romania or from other sides, those that are already registered in Romania. So these are things being moving, actually, and the scaffolding that we have to create and the foundation that we have to prepare, all in all, will lead to great results. I want to thank Anna Goncharova. I want to thank Artem Lekbaliga. I want to thank my friend Vladimir Lukovic, the others from the embassy, from the Ukrainian embassy in Bucharest, that made possible bringing these beautiful, great people together that we listened to in this last leg. It's a difficult work that I really appreciate because I know what it means. Anna Goncharova and her team in the economic department, the former consul of Ukraine in Romania. It was a great pleasure and stood with us all the time. We've welcomed her help with just as open, and it did lead to a great result with the presence of the regions here, the teams from Ukraine. Tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, we will have a new day, a new set of extraordinary messages, a new challenge, the defense industry that the two countries have to work together on. And this is very important. Then we've got recovery, rehabilitation of people that have fallen victims of this illegal, unwanted, unprovoked war of Russia against Ukraine. So tomorrow we'll have new approaches, great specialists, great names. Tomorrow we will also have with us the president of the Romanian Senate, the former Prime Minister Ciucă. You'll see a lot of heads of naval forces, senators, heads of national committees of defense in the Romanian Senate, of national safety, public order, and many, many others. You'll see great surprises and hear their messages in this great approach to this that will be moderated by George Scutaro. Thank you for your patience to the end, especially the U.S. group coming at the invitation of the Institute for Human Rights and Diplomacy, Isabel Vlodoiu, Manuel Wancha, and the great duo that made possible your presence here. Thank you. Well, I would like to thank my team, my executive director, Madam Alina Gabor, Patricia, our newcomer, Andrea, the great colleagues that worked and helped us. We look forward to having you tomorrow, all of you. Thank you. Our suppliers today, Chez Tony, a great a restaurant with a maestro in gastronomy.
And helping us. Vă invit însă.
I invite you now that we taste a bit from the products, from the food prepared from Chez Tony. And thank you again for being patient and enjoy the evening.